Let me see if I set my microphone up correctly. I believe I did. We can place it a little bit closer to me. Look, left. Have you guys seen this hoodie before? I'm debating if I should close the window. It's kind of a little loud. Can you guys hear the outside? It's outside. So, this is I've prepared something for today's stream. I was originally going to name the stream Struggle Session, but that is just setting us up for struggle. And I want this to be great and easy. Good morning, good morning. What is the general goal of this stream? Oh, goals, goal-oriented behavior. Oh, that's what they're going to put in the AIs that kill us all. Oh, it's Saturday morning. Maybe there's some cartoons on. They still have cartoons on Saturday morning? Nah, the kids are shot in the head watching TikTok. Both TikTok. It's a bit loud, that's what I'm saying. All right, we'll close the window. Close the window. Not even all the way closed. You practically need a pair of pliers to close the window. We live in like an old building. So yeah, there's that. There we go. Oh, I want someone to bring me a Starbucks. Someone want to bring me a Starbucks. We're drinking this watermelon mint highball energy, but it's not really hitting the spot like if you're out there like a large cold brew with 2% milk, like that's what I'm saying. I mean HK, no, I'm in San Diego. Good morning. Okay, so this is what we got today. We got viewers. How much viewers we got? 89 viewers. Should we wait for more viewers? Blackhole from Tenstorrent. This came in the mail all the way from Canada, I believe. Do we have import tariffs with Canada? I don't know. 215. All right. Need more. Yeah, we need more to open the thing. Once we get 500, is that how many we need to open the thing? We can just. I mean, this is the best part of the stream. You're gonna see that little, like, the Pornhub little tracker thing with the views. Pornhub invented that, by the way. You're gonna see the part where I open the box, and that's gonna be the best part of the stream because everybody can relate to opening a box. Everybody in their life has got, except for poor people. Nah, but even poor people. No one's that poor. I don't know. Maybe in Congo, but like in America, even the poorest person in America has experienced the joy of opening a box. I love society. Jim Keller sends his regards. That's great. We're playing with Jim Keller's work. We'll see if it's any good. No, Grok sucks because they didn't ship anything, right? See, we gotta talk about. I respect Tenstorrent because they shipped a thing, right? This company is going to be successful in AI. I'd almost buy shares. Like, this company is going to be successful. And it's interesting. It's interesting how, Jim Keller is just extremely effective. Before Jim Keller, they were not going to ship things. He shows up, he takes over, and he ships something. Respect. That's what you got to do. Johnny is going to ship you a spyware hockey puck. Oh my god, that video is so cringe. Alright. So let's see. Let's wait while we get some viewers here. Oh, you have the P100A? Yeah, I bought the P150. I like those network interfaces. Alright, so yeah, I went to you can buy a Blackhole here. I went to the Blackhole shop. It's a funny name too. Blackhole. See, like you see this? Add to cart. Go to checkout. Oh, by the way, tinybox reds are on sale. They're on sale. So if you want a tinybox red, just add it to your cart. And then when you go here to checkout, just type in this secret discount code, red letter weekend. Okay? And then boom, 10% off a tinybox red. So if you want to buy a tinybox red, make sure to buy it this weekend and use discount code red letter weekend. Why do I sell it cheaper? Because I got 4 of them. I wouldn't even sell them if I had a way to plug them in and use them, but I'm out of power in that room. The comma office needs more power. We've petitioned the city, but then power's so expensive here too. We tested NVIM. Bro, do you want me to do subscriber only? See, that's the dumb shit. I don't even know what that is. What, like, I saw some, oh my god. Here's your clip. I saw other people on Twitter like, even George Hotz uses VS Code. Dude, this shit doesn't matter, okay? It's like, there's the kind of people, let's see, who's a famous author who I respect? You think Dostoevsky sat around and like circle jerked about what kind of pen he used? Dostoevsky was like sitting there in some like Russian salon. He's like, oh yeah, I got the Bic Rider 9000. Oh yeah, I can really write. No, he just like wrote words and talked about like being depressed and shit. Like that's good. But stop, like you circle jerking about editors is like Dostoevsky circle jerking about a pen. Okay. Yeah, you probably thought about how much he sucked. You see, that's good. That's good. Talking about authors I respect. Should I read War and Peace? Is War and Peace actually good? I haven't actually read it. I don't know. It's one of those like, I mean, yeah, you read those things and you read like Crime and Punishment and Notes from the Underground in your 20s, and then like, good example. Thank you. All right, how we doing on viewers? What are we up to? Are we up to 500 so we can open the box? Let's open the box. You guys, I got this box yesterday and I didn't open it. Like, look, it's still sealed. That's how much I was excited to wait for you guys. Yeah, he totally waited until writing up Crime Punishment until he had NeoVim with the LSP and fuzzy search. Exactly. Yeah, so you can get 10% off a tinybox red if you buy it this weekend. I just want to get these tiny boxes moved. All right, so I mean, we'll get into this. They're infinitely scalable. That's nice. We'll leave it on not subscriber only while we do the unboxing. Oh, really? No, though. If someone wants to bring me a large cold brew with some 2% milk, I would appreciate you. I'm the worst marketer. Yeah, guys, it's not worth it. LA told me you'd be a pop star. All you have to change is everything you are. I love that. Pink really influenced me more. The Pink's out there ever watching this stream. Where'd I get this jacket from? Look Left. I bought this for it was like $6 at a Hong Kong thrift store. I love Hong Kong, guys. A cold brew for a comma tour, that's not worth it. No, I don't even want to meet you. You can leave the cold brew at the gate, and I'll go get it after I see on the camera that you've left. It's not worth it, man. It's not. No, that's disrespectful. But that's crazy, man. That's just going. You know what? I don't need people. I have apps for this shit. Is this? Oh, but then I gotta go outside and pick it up. It's too much effort. Oh, why don't I have where's my humanoid robot that's gonna walk down there? I got a humanoid robot. Oh my god. You know what I did see though? And that would be cool? There's a lot of potential. Wait. Like I just want you to think about with this new renaissance of robotics, the potential for battle bots, right? Like, don't you want to see 2 Unitree G1s? Come on, Brett Adcock, do something useful with your figure robots. Right? Like make them fight each other. See, that's respect, you know? Like where's the learning some Brazilian jiu-jitsu, you know? Oh yeah, we got him on the ground, we got him in a leg lock. See, that's what I want to see from humanoid robots, you know? All right, how we doing on viewers? Are we at 500? Can we open the box? People use drones to smuggle drugs. People use drones to smuggle drugs here too. You see them all the time. You can track them. Yeah, my friend's got a company that does drone tracking, and yeah, you can see them like fly across the TJ border, fly across the Mexico border. 485. We're almost there. Just 15 more viewers. Right? Could we just have like everybody was kung fu fighting? Is it called Anduril? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Am I still in Hong Kong? No, I'm in San Diego. What's in the box? A Blackhole 10.6 processor. Okay? It's on the screen next to you, you know? You're like that person in Clerks who's like, do you have any new movies? And they're standing right under the new movies thing. Did I see the Gemini diffusion model? What do you mean in light of my prediction? It's not like I made some great prediction. I was aware of diffusion models. They're not as high quality, it seems, for language. I don't know. All right. 500 viewer alert. Okay, let's open the box. Okay, I have on my desk here a Blackhole 10.6 processor. Let me get out my box cutter. Ah, yes. Don't bring one of these on an airplane, boys. All right. Let's just go here and just... Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, that cut pretty nice. Okay. What's in the box? Oh, that's a little stuck here. What do we have? Okay, visit tenstorrent.com/support to get started. Here's a get started card with a trippy logo on the back. Ooh, pretty trippy. Check it out. Ooh, it's really aliasing with the pixels. Ooh. All right, find everything you need to set up your device at tenstorrent.com/support. Okay, we'll go there in a minute. Then we have a piece of foam. And weigh Fant with this scale. Got another scale for that. Yeah, milligram scale for drugs. And I got a pound scale for tinybox parts. That's for weighing tinybox parts. If you're weighing Fant on a scale that only goes to Oh no, did it not include a wire? Wait, really? Alright, we'll have to look in the box. I hope it includes a wire. Am I just supposed to have one of these? I mean, I do, but I'll have to go find it. There's a serial number. Leaks. Did it include a wire? Ah! So it uses this connector, but it doesn't include the wire. I might have one. Oh, here's one. How much watts does it need? Oh, this one doesn't have the little stupid shed. Oh, I have to go find a connector. I have 5090 down there. Alright, I'll be back. Go find that connector. Alright, well, since nobody brought me Starbucks, we have a Tyka black coffee here. And more importantly, we have a NVIDIA. Is it branded NVIDIA? Ooh, it's branded NVIDIA. So fortunately, I recently purchased many 5090s. I have a lot of 5090s. Sorry, gamers. Sorry, gamers. Now, no real gamer. Does anyone know an actual gamer who bought a 5090? I don't think anyone bought a 5090 for gaming. No, they don't give you a cable. I'll look more, but Tenstorrent. Alright, well, just so you know, if you buy a card from Tenstorrent, it does not include a cable, and you have to have a cable. It's not a crazy cable, though. It's like, I think new power supplies come with it, too, so. But we have one. Conveniently provided from my source of 5090s. Okay, I don't know. Let's go to tenstorrent.com/support and maybe it'll tell me what to do about not having a cable. I mean, there were a lot of advertisement for tenstorrent.com/support. Support. Dock site? Hardware installation. All right, so we slide it into the hole. Oh. Connector cable. Ensure the cable is fully connected. Okay, well. Should we put it in the computer first? All right, I'll try to get a good, let me zoom the camera and we'll try to get a good shot of me on the ground with this computer. All right. So you might recognize this computer from some old streams I used to have at my old house. I brought it back. I wiped the drive. We're going to have to turn it off and hope it boots again into Arch Linux. Hopefully it will. Yeah, it's a Keychron, yeah. You like it? You like the little monitor? But we'll be able to do it over SSH, so we'll be able to do it. Why do we use Arch? Just to make life harder. Why does anyone use Arch? Because their life's too easy, you know what I mean? Like, if you live in like a first world country and don't have any real struggles, except that nobody volunteered to bring me Starbucks, you might want to consider Arch Linux. Makes your life harder. Okay. Get on the ground. Watching Outdoor Boys. He's always talking about how it's too old for being on the ground. That's kind of how I feel. All right, let's remove this glass side panel here. I guess we gotta have a good shot here, you know. All right, let's just hard power off this computer. Turn the air conditioner on, but it's not going on. We might have to open the window again. It's getting hot in here. Line up the little shit with the little shit. It's kind of in the way. Let's shove that down there. Get it in. Yeah, okay. All right, firmly seated in my PCI slot. Do we follow the instructions on tenstorrent.com/support? We got 4 connectors here. We can give this card plenty of power. Fans free to spin. How loud's it gonna be? Oh, it's gonna be loud. I can already tell. Blower fans are always loud. I hope someone at Tenstorrent put care into making it like not loud when it's not being run. Like I hope someone wrote some decent fan control firmware. Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to just probably slide that off. Probably don't have to take that off. Okay, whatever. Where's the guaranteed to cause a fire connector? Great. Alright, let's plug these in here. I don't know if there's zoom. You guys can zoom it in post, right? Right, Beast Team? Plug that guy in there. That guy in there. Oh, let's give it 600 watts of power. I don't know how much it needs. Could never hurt to have more watts, only less. There we go. Now, shove that all in there like that. Gotta make sure these connectors are well seated, otherwise they really do catch fire. Okay, I have no idea if that's well seated or not. I can still see the NVIDIA logo. I don't know, maybe that's good. Alright, well, if it catches fire, we did it badly. God, that really doesn't slide in much. I hate this connector. This is really... Why don't they just put these on there? Use the 300 watt variant too. There should just be, everyone should just use 2 of these and use the 300 watt variant and not this ridiculous 600 watt connector. Okay, I think it's in. I think it's in. Let's just assume that we did a good job and optimistically close the side of the computer. It's beautiful glass so we can see our Tenstorrent card. Thought that would be appropriate. Sorry, I really didn't think through the camera angles of this. You can see the Tenstorrent card in the computer. That's what matters here. Except the cables. They're sponsored by NVIDIA. All right. And let's just for. Okay. All right. So we think it's just going to catch fire right away when I turn it on. I like this as a consumer PC, so it doesn't take forever BIOS. So. Okay. Okay. All right. Calm down, Tenstorrent card. All right. I can hear it. Oh. I can hear it. Who wrote this? Arch Linux. Go. I have to set a password on the thing, and then we can SSH into it. 900 cc's of pure whining power. No outstanding warrants for my arrest. Oh, I bought some switches on eBay, and this guy gave me a free bonus switch. I bought one switch, and I got a free bonus switch. I bought this switch, and you know, yeah, pretty good, right? All right, we're booting. So I didn't realize, and we'll get to this, but I didn't realize that Arch Linux does not have an installer. All right. I hope everybody enjoyed that. Let me just readjust this camera. And let's move this here and keep this in frame nicely, right? Is that in frame nicely? Good. We'll move the Netgear switches out of frame. I called Netgear customer support. It was a huge mistake. It was a huge mistake, and then they tried to call me back a whole bunch of times. It was so bad. You know, the people who want comma phone support, like I'm gonna give you a menu. Hello, welcome to comma phone technical support. If you're calling about a product or issue, you have reached the right place. Please hang on these lines and listen to all the menu options to find one that best suits your needs. If you're calling about a comma product, press 1. If you're calling about a comma service, press 2. Beep. If you're calling about a panda, press 1. If you're calling about a red panda, press 2. If you're calling about a pigeon, press 3. If you're calling about a Honda giraffe, press 4. And obviously you're calling about a comma 3X, but that one's option 8. I can hear it. It's too fucking loud. Like it's not like screaming, but it's still too loud. They could have done a better job. Yeah, give me human. Hello. Hello. This is Raj from Netgear customer support. Yes, to better help you, can I please have the full product name, please? So it's a Netgear GC728X switch. Okay, thank you. To help you further, can I please have the full serial number of the switch? Is it like written on the switch, or can I like get it from the thing? Yes, it's written on the switch. Okay. Okay. It's 12 digits. Okay. It's 1 3 4 C 7. Okay, 1 3. Yes, 1 3 4 C 7. Okay. Hello, yes, can I please have your first and last name, please? And yes, is this a good callback phone number to reach you at? Okay, I see here that you don't have a Netgear account associated with this phone number. Can I please have your email associated with your Netgear account? I don't have a Netgear account. Oh, I need an email associated with a Netgear account in order to create a case number. Okay, can you create a Netgear account? Or you can create a Netgear account online at netgear.com/account. Okay, do we have to, can I just ask a question about the thing? Oh, no, 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 I'm not trained to do that. I have to take this information and then I will redirect your call. Oh my God. And then you hang up, and then I got calls for like 3 days from Netgear support trying to follow up. Here's your short survey. That's right. So you want to leave a tip? You want a tip? 10%? 20%? 30%? Wait, I'm not blaming the guy. I don't blame the guy. I blame the CEO of Netgear. I blame society. I don't blame Raj working in Netgear customer support. He's following the script, man. That's like blaming the actors because, like, Lost sucked, right? Like, I don't blame the actors for not writing. Like Kate and Sawyer did a great job. Jack did a great job. I don't blame Kate, Sawyer, and Jack for the ending of Lost, right? Evangeline, Lily, Matthew, whatever, and whatever Sawyer's name was. I don't blame them, right? You gotta know who to blame. And it's Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse. I'll never forgive you. Also, J.K. Rowling for that shitty Harry Potter ending. All right. Ending of Lost was not based. Ending of Lost sucked, and I can't believe you're a subscriber. Like that show. Oh, okay, let's not go there. I can rant about Lost for that, but it just like, okay. What made Lost good was there was a bunch of people on an island, and you could relate to them, right? They were like kind of normal people, and they like discovered this weird hatch, right? And there's a button in the hatch, right? And I'm sorry if you haven't seen it, but there's a button in the hatch, and like, okay, John Locke says you have to press the button, and Jack says the button's stupid. The guy's made it up, right? Like, that's like a normal reaction that two normal people would have. And then, John Locke finds this other station where they turned out it's a psychological experiment. He loses faith. Some other guy has faith. Whatever. Again, these are like normal interactions. But then fast forward to season 4, and the sky is flashing, and they're traveling through time. Just no. Like you've now jumped, and the characters don't even really notice there's anything wrong with this. They're just going with it. They've completely jumped the shark of being normal people you can relate to. It'd be like, that's kind of weird. There's a metal hatch in the jungle. Oh, the sky flashed. Obviously, we changed centuries. Okay? All right? So, it's not okay. Okay? It's not okay. Like, it's okay, but it's not okay. Right? Yeah, I could have written a much better... Oh, don't get me started on Lost. I haven't watched any Star Wars past episode 3. I don't even know what happened. The Last Jedi or something? I don't even know. Rogue One, the Millennium Falcon, Mandalorian, I don't know. That show jumped the shark after. I mean, like, it already kind of jumped the shark in episode 1. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining my stream today. We are going to do stuff with... All right, well, that doesn't work. All right, let's see what the IP is. IP link. IP adder. 41.20. Okay. Okay. So, let's see if we have a Tenstorrent card. Whoa, processing accelerators, Tenstorrent Inc. Blackhole. Okay. Software setup. Available here. A compatible host machine. Okay. The recommended OS for all Tenstorrent software is Ubuntu. Well, nope. We're using Arch. Great. Okay, well, first let's install Arch. Let's follow the convenient Arch installation guide. Are you guys just excited about, should I just install Ubuntu? Or do you guys want to see Arch stuff too? Or run Arch install? Wait, are you kidding me? Why do they have this whole installation guide when you can just run arch install? Partitioning. Oh, use a best effort default partitioning layout. Okay, you're going to install it on that drive. Wait, do I really want Btrfs? Oh, I didn't check my... Hang on. Not that I really care if you see my ChatGPT history. I don't think I have anything sketchy in there. All right. Btrfs versus ext4, which is better? I've never heard of Btrfs. I don't really know much about it. B-tree file system. It has cows. All right, well, we'll definitely... Don't Btrfs, absolutely not. It's Btrfs, no Btrfs. xt4 is faster. It's gimpy ZFS. Why not ZFS? Because that's not one of the 4 options. Oh, you guys can't see the options. Btrfs has cows. This is a joke, right? Like, I don't know what level you're operating at. Obviously, like, copy on write has, like, I know what that means, but do you know what that means? Or what happened to the author of Riser FS? All right. As funny as it'd be to go on a 10-minute tangent about Hans Reiser and how he didn't kill his wife until he realized that he could, instead of getting a 20-year sentence, get a 10-year sentence if he showed them where the body was. Then he killed his wife. No, but now we have to go subscriber only. It's not that that was even a bad comment. It's just, is Riser FS one of the options here? Okay, it's not one of the options, okay? We have Btrfs, ext. I don't want to pick the wrong option, okay? Oh, okay. Well, rocks are 10. Oh, why are you so slow? Why is ChatGPT so slow? Btrfs. That's a good name. Wow, Chris Mason. Did he kill anybody? We should check. ChatGPT, did Chris Mason kill anybody? Don't use a reasoning model for such a simple question. No, but I like. Why do I want? Oh, I should have used 040. 40 is so bad. Ooh, experimental. Okay, we definitely want that. Uh-oh. We like to use Btrfs subvolumes with a default structure. No. Would I like to use compression or disable copy on write? Why are those the 2 options? This is a really hard video game, guys. And also, I resized the window and I regret it. Yeah, okay. Would you like to create a separate partition for home? No. Okay. All right, that seems pretty good. Wow, it's compressed with ZSTD? I don't know how I feel about that. But the other option was disable copy on write. Why would I want to compress my file system? Why are my options no cow or compression? Light ZSTD compression is insanely useful. Okay. All right, well, it's the default option. So let's just go with the defaults. Okay, good. Great. We got some compression. We don't need encryption. Swap on ZRAM. That seems okay. Grub, what are my options? Ooh, Lamine! What is swap on ZRAM? How come the Arch installation guide doesn't tell you about Arch install? Thanks, chat. Was that a subscriber who said that or a non-subscriber? All right. Oh, compression in RAM. Okay, cool. Got a root password. User account? Do we need that or is just root good? Add a user. Billy. Yes. Okay. Profile. Type? Server. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna need that. All right, good. We're gonna install SSH. Audio. We don't need that. Kernels. Linux sounds good. Network configuration. That seems good. Additional packages. Oh, no. Time zone. UTC. Oh. Linux is a meme. All right. America / San Diego. Dawson Creek. Okay, Los Angeles sounds good. No, not Lima. Los Angeles. Yeah, okay, good. Automatic time sync. Yes. Save configuration. Oh no. Don't do that. Install. Go. Thanks for the countdown. All right. Glad to see we're installing stuff. That seems good. Well, that was nice and fast. Seemed a lot faster on Ubuntu. Better than Ubuntu, right? Oh, are we building the kernel right now? Arch install used to not be officially supported and it's still not the default recommendation because most people end up with a system they don't actually know. Oh. Failed to enable color. Why not? Do I not have a kitty term info? All right. Cool. Would you like to cheroot? No. All right. Took 30 seconds. You may reboot when ready. Okay. Sudo reboot. I don't even need sudo. Let's just reboot. All right. Let me unplug the installation disk. Put it on a hyper fast NVMe drive. Why is it green? Can you guys see why is the screen green? Arch Linux. but I really don't know why it's green. Right. Can we SSH in? Let's try Billy. No. Check the IP. Oh, it changed. All right. We got Billy at Arch Linux. Okay, tmux, command not found. Well, let's, do I have sudo with Billy? Yeah, good. Okay, we need tmux. Arch install packages. Pacman. What does -s do? Sync. tmux. Great. All right, how do I Pacman search? Querying package databases. With the Q flag. Pacman Q kitty. Arch kitty term info. Okay, kitty term info. tmux. All right. Let's also go get my configuration because I can't stand Control B. It has to be the worst shortcut key ever. Okay, we don't have wget. No one uses wget anymore. I can just do that. Okay, fine. All right. All right. We're up. Can I get some more color in my prompt? It's not colorful enough. That has color, fine. I use backtick. Control B is the worst shortcut ever. Like, it's so inconvenient to type. So that's one of the defaults I can't stand. Okay. Let's figure out how to install Blackhole. It's loud. Why didn't you make the default configuration silent? It's not using... How much watts is it using? Is it using watts? Maybe once the driver works. Okay. All right. Let's install the driver. Pacman git -s git sudo pacman -s git. All right, I'm gonna disable password sudo in a minute. Created a user git. Okay, whatever. All right. Do I have DKMS? Pacman -s DKMS? Sudo Pacman -s DKMS? All right, all right. Okay. Sudo DKMS install Tenstorrent. Please install the Linux headers Arch 2 package. All right, cool. Arch install Linux headers. What's Blackhole? Oh, dwarf utils, great. Okay, I'm glad I have a Blackhole now. Okay. All right, it's already installed. sudo mod probe Tenstorrent. Okay. Great. We have Tenstorrent. Let's move me back up there. All right. We're going to have to update the device firmware. Sudo pacman-s python 3. How does Arch want you to install pip? Is there a package for it, or should I do python 3-m ensure pip? Oh, I hate this crap. Seems good. I don't like this. I always want to break system packages. Thank you. All right. Let's install a ton of crap. What is a firmware bundle? It's a gzip compressed data. Firmware. Let's see what's in here. Image.bin. ASCII text with very long lines. What? Why don't they just come with normal stuff? At least Pac-Man's fast. Okay. Yeah, great. Great. This gives me a lot of faith in your... Why didn't you save it as a real binary file? Why is it saved as literal... Alright, we have TT Flash now. Okay, let's TT Flash firmware tar. TT Flash not found. Okay, where is the... Yeah. Okay, how do I edit my path? Well, it's not bash RC. Because I'm using Zeesh. I'm using Zeesh. Zeesh. Okay. Well. Oh, okay. If you running the command says the firmware is too old, you just do it with force. All right. I bought it. Ugh. I don't like free samples from people. Because then, like, there's some kind of obligation. Okay, does everyone hear how freaking loud it is? All right. Flash success. Wait. It might be quieter. Okay. Then reboot the system. Okay, fine. huge pages. What's your system? Oh, I'm going to have to reboot my system again. Okay, great. We are going to have to figure out how to put the Python in that. All right. So this is Zeesh. Wait, or this is just Bash. This is Bash or Zeesh? How do I check? It's Bash. Okay, fine. Good. I like Bash better anyway. Alright, we got to enable this huge pages crap. Well, that's not going to work because we don't have debs. Alright, let's just skip that step. It definitely won't hurt us later. Why is this not the default? I don't care. Nah, I disable that shit on Mac too. I don't want Zeesh. Alright? Every like fancy little shit the kids are using, I want the opposite, okay? I don't even trust autocomplete. It's out to get you, okay? Autocomplete's not on your side, you know? It's not like channel 5 or whatever channel's on your side. One of those channels, you know? Alright. Cool. Yeah. Let me move me out of the way. I don't know where to move me. Maybe over here? Firmware. Telemetry? Okay, heartbeat. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Ew! Why would that be a toggle? Alright. Great. Gen 4, full link width. That looks nice. All right. TTNN is a user-friendly demo. File any issues to our customer success. Oh, great. No, that's not where you want me. I'm going to put me over here again. Sorry. I want you guys to see. I want you guys to have the full experience. No more Buddha. So we can do MLIR or TTNN. First 5 things guide. Okay. Installation guide. All right, we already did this one. Oh, no, this is a different one. All right, we set up the hardware. We did that already. We did that. We did that. From source. That seems good. Invoke our build scripts. From wheel.
Build metal. What? Why did it not do anything? Wait, no, but seriously, why does it not do anything? Can I get VI as Vim? Is there like a package to do that? Oh, do an annihilation bash RC? Alright, good point. Sweet. Thanks, chat. You guys are actually pretty good at this. How come it doesn't tell me how loud the fan is? Alright, so build metal? Why doesn't this work? Disable that. Alright, that's progress. I don't know why, but whatever. We need CMake, that's normal. I'm sick of this. What? Am I in the wheel group? I'm in the wheel group? No, I don't want to type the fucking password. Why? But I'm in the wheel group. Or did I not save it or something? Alright, whatever. Whatever, that doesn't work. You have to type the password every time. I don't understand that. I gotta restart my shell? Use this. Alright, I did that. Alright, yeah, okay. So I'm on build metal. I installed no, I have CMake now. Do I not? Oh, no, I got upset at having to type the password for that. But I just need to get over that and type the password. Wait, what? That's the password. Oh, no. Did I break something? Linux Pam locked me. Pam? Isn't that the bitch we gotta get out of the condo or something? Wait, what? How do I get around this? Fail lock reset. What? How would anyone ever know that? Thank you. How would anyone know that? Okay, great. Jesus. I mean, okay. CMake, we don't have ninja. We need ninja. Let's get ninja. All right. Clang. These are reasonable things to need. These are reasonable things to need. I'll let you know when they become unreasonable. Okay, that's kind of unreasonable. Right, so I need clang 17. I have clang 19. I have that. So this is going to require me to somehow get clang 17. Don't trust that. Pacman QS clang. Okay, so we don't have any other clang. So why is this insisting on clang 17? Let's build it with clang 19 and see what breaks. Why does this think that... Alright, struggle session was the right name for this. Weird. Oh, this is like a... What? No. Thanks, Stack Overflow. You don't install. You doesn't include less. Why does Arch include nothing? All right. Why is this still trying to use clang 17? Okay, well that didn't work.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not installing some sketchy thing from source. We just symlinked it to Clang 19. Yeah. All right, build my shit.
Does it have htop? I'm sure I'm going to have to install htop. George, if you just install Arch things, you can just PAS and it will auto install the packages for you. All right, thanks for being slow, computer. Let's learn more about Tenstorrent cards while we are running this. Okay, what's TT metal? Where is this shit? We're going to be able to somehow run Stable Diffusion. That seems like a good test. That's in here? Oh, that's a wormhole demo. Is that going to work? How about a black hole? Stable Diffusion. So can I run the wormhole demos or not? All right, well, let's just try the ResNet. Let's try... Yeah, I mean, there's just like a crap consumer. It's an old CPU too. You know, like a, what is it? 5950. This is an old computer. All right, we don't have a NUMA library. All right, we need a NUMA library. All right, fine. We'll use the fast shit. ChatGPT is so much better than Google. Just have to like rerun all this? It's slow? I don't know, it's downloading something. That looks good. Ugh. Requires changing a what? Yeah, I know I don't have OpenMPI. Do I need OpenMPI? Requires changing an R path. Unless on an ELF based or what? Why is it dirty? MPI off. All right, let's find what we're supposed to have installed on Ubuntu, and maybe that will... There's not like a list of things I have to install? You know what? Let's take a minute and step aside here, and let's try tinygrad. All right. So we have tinygrad. We take this. We git clone it. This is way too slow. This is upsettingly slow. Okay. Now we pip install -e dot, and we have to bitch and tell it to break the system packages. Great. All right. What doesn't work here? What? Did it install? Maybe it did. Huh? No, we don't have any of that submodule init shit. I'm not using a VM. I hate VMs. Great. I wonder what backend it's using. All right, well, it's using the CPU backend, which is very slow, but tinygrad's already installed. So we can check backends with that. Why is AMD? Because we don't have co-manager. Yeah, so we're using CPU, right? So you can see, but what if we switch to AMD LLVM? Oh, that still requires co-manager? Oh, that sucks. Well, that's actually a new bug. I just did that. We don't actually need that. Let me just fix that. I just did that to support the new stupid RockM. I mean, we could just install RockM and that would fix it, but... Okay. Device or resource busy because we can't... So we don't even have an AMD driver installed. So I'm trying to use the built-in... So that's fixable with sudo. See, look, we're downloading all the files now to talk to the GPU. Failed to open AM device. It's already in use. That's actually okay. I just download them to a different path because it's root. Okay, there we go. We're in. 0 AMD driver install. 0 RockM install. Nothing. And we're already talking to the AMD GPU, and it can be very fast. And then in order to fix that sudo, we actually have a terrible hack in tinygrad. This. And now it should work without sudo. Don't ask too many questions. No, it's on the CPU. Why is that not an AMD? Why does it fail to map the... What? It works with sudo? Huh. I wonder why. What capability did I not set? So we're just M mapping the PCI bus, so you know, you're not going to get great. But yeah, you know, chain M nest with maybe stable diffusion. We'll just stable diffusion next. Yay, M nest. Stable diffusion. Oh, we need pill. Which one is pill? Pillow? Is that the right way to do it? No, not that. I'm going to stable diffusion. We need numpy too. We shouldn't need numpy. Let's download stable diffusion. We got to fix whatever the capability thing is. I don't know why that doesn't work. Something's failing. We should check that on Arch. To compile the model will take a minute. All right, now we have stable diffusion running on an AMD GPU with no AMD driver, no ROCm, no nothing. If someone wants to do a pull request for that fix, that's a little bit ugly. But if you see the co-manager problem, I added an early call that shouldn't be there. All right, so let's see what the picture's of. Stable diffusion quality. It's like a cow and a weird bagel. Does it work with the MI300X? The MI300X, you're going to need the AMD driver installed because our driver doesn't work with that card, but our runtime does, so you don't need any of ROCm or HIP. We need to also switch AMD LLVM to be the default. That should just be the default, and it should just work. And then we have to figure out what capability we're missing in our set cap to make Arch happy. Looks like this should work. Failed to mmap. Okay, so that just must be some other capability. We're going to fix this, and then we'll get back to Tenstorrent, okay? Failed to mmap. Why? the right fix for that? No, it's an attribute error. All right, what capability am I missing? Mlock through the buffer. Add the missing capability or just raise the mlock. Add cap IPC lock. IPC lock equals EP. What? Invalid argument. Oh, like that? Works. Great. Thanks, ChatGPT. Love ChatGPT. Mlock every buffer it allocates on Ubuntu. It succeeds because the component is root already has that. But fresh arch install. Oh, you can only user can only lock. Oh, I see. When I try to map that to a 2 meg buffer object. Okay, that's great. Cool. Easy fix. Good. We got some good fixes for tinygrad into. Guys, I think you don't realize how incredible what this is doing is. Like, there is no RockM installed on this system. And not only is there no RockM on this system, there is no AMD. Wait, what? Why is there AMD GPU? That doesn't make sense. Huh. Strange. So, but it must not be connected to the GPU. Because it's using the... Oh. It's like crashing. Wait, so why can't I use the... So this is using this, I mean, this means it's using our driver. So there's an AMD iFace flag we can change the driver with and figure out why the main driver is not working. If we set AMD iFace to KFD, there's no dev KFD? Okay, there's no KFD. All right, whatever. Got some broken version of the driver then. So what happens when I do this? It like crashes the driver? We just take it over? Sick. Okay, I think it just crashed out. Mastering buffers. See, the driver is so broken. Yeah, but so you can see here that like this AM stuff means that we're using our own driver. So this is all just from user space. And then AMD LLVM equals 1, which is going to be the default, means that we're not using RockM, we're not using co-manager, we're not using HIP. We're just writing raw LLVM and then passing it to the Arch's normal install of LLVM. And that's just working, so. Great. We'll push those improvements at some point. I don't really have a good way to do that on stream. Yeah, okay. Okay, back to making Tenstorrent work. Install dependencies. Only Ubuntu is supported. Package needed at runtime. All right, we're going to need OpenMPI bin. Thank you for gifting subs. What is it? Pacman -Q OpenMPI QS. I don't know. Sure. Of course this doesn't work. Because it has some weird hard-coded install of OpenMPI. Oh my god, it's hard-coded to this one Debian package of OpenMPI. Well, that's never going to work. Can ChatGPT the app commands to Python? Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is sketchy. This is no. I don't want no disable. No say add no visual. Some way to turn that off that I don't know how to do. Oh, no mouse? Okay, yeah, that's just not going to work. Do we need all this stuff? No. We're not doing that. Yeah, they didn't lie about just supporting Ubuntu. Yeah, clearly. Not only do they just support Ubuntu, they very clearly only support one version of Ubuntu. I mean, to be fair, it did say this in the documentation. All right, let's start taking a look at what's actually going on here. What can I disable? What is OpenMPI UFLM anyway? Is this needed? No, it's not the problem. Right? You can say that, oh, just feed in the list of dependencies, but that's not the problem, okay? So just look at this one here. This is just fetching a random Debian file and installing it. Now copy paste gonna work? Oh, great, now copy paste works. What? My colors go away. Can I copy paste now? No. Didn't listen. Do not load defaults if vimrc is missing. All right, I got a lot of questions. A lot of reshoots. PI with UFLM build. No, we're gonna have to just make it, okay, distributed. Can I disable distributed? And then I don't know about this RPath shit. I think this is a separate problem. Let's try to fix that one first. That one looks easier. Then we'll deal with the stupid think about it, GPT. Come up with an answer. Oh, there's Mac alert sounds? Oh. I can just disable that. Do you want that? Because I'm not listening to them. I disabled them. I mean, they're probably playing through my headphones, but I don't have them on. I don't understand this. I'm on an elf-based platform. Alright, great. I'm sure that's totally fine and not going to come back to bite me in the ass later. Now all we have to deal with is the stupid OpenMPI shit. Alright, do you want to just do this? It's gonna work. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, it's already here. Great. Oh, good. It's running Clang 17. Good to know it's running Clang 17. Oh, good thing I paid for all those cores. This all just needs to be in tinygrad. This all just needs to be replaced with tinygrad. Like, the whole, like, this, we could be done already. How does anyone still code in C++? I understand Rust, fine. But, like, why people are still writing new code today in C++, oh, it's a terrible language. Like if my job was a C++ developer, oh. No, gotta pass that by a reference. I mean, okay, it's not as bad as being a Java developer. Java's the worst. Java is F tier. But no, if you're writing new code, and it's not in like Python or Rust or Go. People still use Go. I like Go. Yeah, yeah. You want to use COBOL while you're at it. Your full-time Go? Oh, good. Let's shit talk about languages while this compiles, but only for subscribers. You actually like Zig? Is this real? I never know if Zig is like real or it's like one of these like I don't know any projects that are written in Zig. Can someone link me like a good Zig project? Oh, Swift is okay. Wait, what? Why did the screen turn? Oh. The screen turned blue because we crashed the AMD driver. I was gonna get potato chips, but then I remembered that we had poke yesterday, and there's leftover poke in the fridge. Is this finished building yet? All right, good. Ghost TTY bun. This is written in Zig. All-in-one toolkit for JavaScript and TypeScript apps. JavaScript. TypeScript makes it a little better. It's just sad because like Python's everything about Python is better than JavaScript. JavaScript's actually no. To be fair, JavaScript went through struggles with like promises and stuff, and then with async, it's pretty good. Like promises and callbacks were tragic. Let's look at some Zig code. Let's like find something that we can understand what it is. Why are these files so tiny? I mean, it seems like C. Looks like somewhere between. Does it have memory safety? It has memory safety? GC? Not like Rust. Okay. All right. Back to Tenstorrent. Maybe we'll do a Zig stream. Would you guys like a Zig stream? We're eating poke. Got tuna and salmon. Has comp time for generics? I don't know what that means. Okay. We built metal. You're all set. Then try running a programming example. Did it not listen to that? No module named TTNN examples. Oh, do I have to do this in build release? No module named TTNN examples. No. All right, so this is just not. Do you want to come to your wedding in Jersey? I kind of hate weddings. Wait, so does this work? Is this a real thing? Oh, it's in TTNN/TTNN. All right, we just need law guru. I'm going to alias that shit to break system packages. No, well, library tweaks is not defined. Okay. Where's it supposed to get this from? What? You mean like as library tweaks? Now we have a different problem. I I need to create the VM. Okay, we'll create the fucking VM. Okay. I hate VMs. Oh. Package util. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, like, these aren't art problems. These are just like, sure, it might work on the one Ubuntu system, but you just shouldn't write things like this. I don't even, like, know where to... I mean, yeah, if you're on a specific version of Ubuntu, they might happen to work, but, like, this is not a solution. There's the Docker option. No, this just shouldn't be this complicated, right? If you're trying to ship a hardware product, you shouldn't need all this complicated software to just run an example code with that. No, I mean, look, if I were Tenstorrent, here's what I would do. I would offer tinygrad a contract to actually make this, like, work without all of this stuff. Just the kernel driver. Talk directly to the kernel, and then it'll work as easily as tinygrad. Like, Comma suffered from this a lot and still kind of does. OpenPilot is really hard to install on other systems, so I really tried to go the other direction with tinygrad. Tinygrad will run absolutely everywhere. Okay, well, I'm done with your wedding. I'm glad you're going to a wedding, but we're done with that. Stay on topic. I mean, I don't know. People want to use PyTorch? I mean, you can, yeah, like, you can just use PyTorch through tinygrad. It probably, tinygrad's PyTorch backend is probably more complete than Tenstorrent's. Like, so you want to see the tinygrad PyTorch backend? We do have to install Torch. So pip3 install Torch. Oh, this is going to install tons of NVIDIA crap, isn't it? We don't need that. There's a way to only install CPU Torch. this. We don't even need that. So let's try it now. So import torch, import tinygrad.frontend.torch. Okay, so now if I do like torch zeros, we should be able to do .tiny. Oh, well, that's because we need AMD LLVM, but yeah. Do it with debug equals still. Okay, ready? So import torch, import tinygrad.frontend.torch. So that adds .tiny to torch, and then we can do like torch zeros 2020.tiny. All right, so now we've created something on the tiny device. I can do something like a equals a plus 1. Now if we want to convert it to NumPy, I've got to convert to CPU first. It's a torch thing, right? So that's running with the tinygrad backend, but it has all of torch, right? You know, like a times a. This is slow and annoying, but let me clean that out. It's just because of how torch gets the stuff. Does torch lineage SVD work? Maybe. So like that's fast. What do you want to do in there? No. So we don't have no, see, it's not a PyTorch backend in tinygrad, it's a PyTorch frontend in tinygrad. So no, SVD is not going to work. There's no support for that in the tinygrad backend. I'm not even sure how we'd support something like that, but like every normal thing should work. Like here we can do a matmul. Yeah, so if torch needs to have like a decomposition, and I'm not sure it does for things like this. Let's see, does randan work? Sweet. See what like passes through to normal, and so this is just running, now this is running on the AMD GPU with no drivers. How much money for Tenstorrent support in tinygrad? Well, it depends on how well supported you want it to be. I mean, yeah, again, and I've said this, I don't think their current software stuff is sustainable. To be fair, you can say that I'm holding it wrong, right? You can say that, oh, you shouldn't have done this with Arch Linux. You should be using, I don't know what the algorithms are for eigenvalues in SVD. I don't know if they can be decomposed into like normal tinygrad operations. We should support them. But yeah, no, one version of Ubuntu is just wrong. You're not selling a generic piece of hardware here. I don't even think it should be like apt install Tenstorrent. It should be pip install Tenstorrent. Yeah, if it calls, yeah, we don't support any of that kind of stuff. No, I mean, look, so if I were Tenstorrent, what I would do is, nobody's, like, what people don't realize is nobody's going to use their stack. Right? They're putting a lot of effort to it, and internally they don't realize that nobody's installing TT Metal. In the exact same way, nobody is installing Intel IPEX bullshit. People will tolerate ROCm to an extent. Not totally, but to an extent for one reason. For two reasons. One, it's here on the Torch homepage, okay? If you're not here on the Torch homepage, and if you haven't been on the Torch homepage for years, there's no hope. You're not going to, like, you better start figuring out how to get on this Torch homepage, and this kind of shit better work. AMD took an interesting strategy. And I've actually come to respect their strategy more. ROCm is a complete clone of CUDA. Every package in ROCm basically has a CUDA equivalent, and AMD engineers wrote an AMD knockoff of it that is 80% there. So the reason that big data centers buy AMD, if you're Meta, it's always worth spending 5% of your money on AMD. Because why would you not? Just as a hedge against NVIDIA, why would you not? Notice how there's no Intel here. There's no Tenstorrent here. So there's a second source, right? It's literally just a second source. And AMD is the obvious second source. Yeah, you don't need that. I mean, notice how, look, again, I installed nothing and I got AMD working. We can sort of do the same. The only piece of NVIDIA we're missing, we're outputting PTX and we have a complete driver. Well, actually, no, we're still using the kernel driver, but we can fix that. So we're still using two pieces of NVIDIA stack. We're using NVIDIA's kernel driver, which is mostly just a shimmer on the GSP, and we can replace. And then we're using, NVIDIA has a closed source thing that compiles from PTX to SAS, and it's not LLVM as far as I can tell. Or even if it is LLVM, it's closed source, you'll never get it. So, yeah, I mean... And again, like you saw how easy it was to import the tinygrad backend to PyTorch. You just have to import one thing, and then .tiny works. And again, that one thing you're importing is pure Python. There's no C there. You import, and just the import's enough. Import tinygrad.frontend.torch. And suddenly, torch.tiny works. Boom. By the way, that'll work with like OpenCL. That'll work with everything. So yeah, I mean, I don't even know. Do you want to try the stupid Docker? But like, how terrible is that? Now I need to have like a Docker and. All right, you want to try their wheel package? Think that's gonna work? Copy link address. It's not a supported wheel on this platform. Well, so the card's making noise.
now hot.
Did we even talk to it? 30 watts. Yeah, not a supported wheel on this platform. Sorry. All right. Just so we can try it, let's do Docker. Yeah, I know. Now we're in a fucking Docker. I hate Docker. I hate Docker. I hear the card. You guys hear it? Hey Docker, does this work? Is it doing something? I can use Podman as a replacement for Docker? I mean, I don't know. Is it system control starting Docker? Is it doing something? Oh, well, we can't connect to the Docker daemon sock, obviously. Oh. Permission denied. Is Docker running? Alright, how about this? Come on, ChatGPT, help me out. Use sudo with Docker. Add Billy to the Docker group. Did that not fix anything? Oh no, I probably have to like just restart. I regret not doing that in Tmox. Okay, good. It's dockering. Oh, yes. Well, it works on my system. Yeah, then we'll just ship your system. And that's where Docker was born. Yeah, you know what doesn't have a million dependencies? tinygrad. It has 0. You watched me? You watched the 2 dependencies I needed for Stable Diffusion. NumPy and Pillow. And actually, I'm not even sure why we need those. I'm sure somebody could refactor it to remove both of those. I guess you need Pillow to write the JPEG. All right. All right. Now I'm in a fucking Docker container. Oh, Jesus. All right. Continue to you're all set. Is this going to work? Oh. I installed your fucking Docker. Error while finding. Oh, do I have to? Okay, wait. Maybe I have to export arch name. No. Module not found error. Alright. Run the other 2 commands. Yeah, but I don't think that's right either. That's like not what you want. All right. Let's just try looking at it. It didn't look complicated. Maybe it's just like... Okay. All right, so I created a torch TTNN from torch. TTNN exp torch output tensor. Cool. Okay. The other model demo is going to work. Where's like the model demos? Models. All right, so let's try to run. I can't believe I have to do this in Docker. Can you check tensor.device? It's using Blackhole? I think so. I mean, yeah, like... So where is this installed to? Cache. Site packages. So the models in here? No, models aren't in here. Oh, we're gonna have to install the models. I saw something about that. No, not that. Okay. All right, let's get... Okay, we'll install this in the convenient Docker. And we're installing Git and we're cloning in the Docker. Well, no, I mean, it's not that it took 2 hours to make work. It's that we gave up and used Docker because this shit's not portable at all. No, I mean, I just, like, if I were Tenstorrent, I wouldn't be focusing on any of this stuff. Like, who cares about getting your model to run? I would focus on documenting the instruction set, which it's not documented. So Core 6 has been doing a great job like documenting how this thing works. There's no docs for any of this stuff. Apparently even like inside Tenstorrent it doesn't have docs. The answer is just kind of look at the Verilog. No, it's not that Docker's annoying with the performance. It's not like this is in the container, this isn't in the container. Like nobody wants to deal with this. No, but like there's no documentation for this. Instead of writing TT Buddha and TT Metallium, focus on documenting the hardware. And then, like, why is there new complex C++ code being written for this stuff? Don't do that. I mean, their kernel driver's fine. Their kernel driver is like small. demos, Blackhole, ResNet 50. Let's see if ResNet 50 works. No module named multiprocess. So requirements are Pi project, Optimal. And again, this is in their Docker, so this shit should already be installed. I don't ever know, like, I don't really know how Docker, like, works. Like, can I attach another thing to that? I mean, that's a skill. I know this is a skill issue, but data sets, is that like a Hugging Face thing? Yeah, why is Transformers a dependency for a ResNet 50? That's a good question. Now it's uninstalling the one version of Torch it probably worked with. Okay. I'm gonna do something. I think no. It's so loud, right? I don't understand, like, I'm in their Docker. Okay, okay. This, by the way, has nothing to do with Arch anymore. Unknown hook pi handle crash item. Oh, maybe it's that tests. Models, demos, Blackhole, ResNet 50. No, it's clearly not. Okay. Module named Git. Okay. All right, it just calls this. Let's try like this. device. What? Where's the ResNet 50 code? TT Metal README has some info for models running. Okay. So here's the TT Metal README. Yeah, Alright, here's Llama. I don't even know how we're going to download that shit. Alright. Oh, God. You sure you do this in TinyGrad? So go to TinyGrad. Python, path, dot, Python, examples, llama3.py. Oh, we need tick token, okay. Okay, it's downloading Tiny Llama. Do you want me to try creating the reenv? Okay, we're going to need blob file. So, I mean, yeah, we have some deps too. Oh, well, that's annoying. That's because we didn't install. It's going to be the default soon. Really? Stupid browser. The default probably shouldn't be a browser. All right, cool. So what's the IP?
Yeah. See? This isn't gonna work. And there's also like, I mean, this is just like a broken ideology of software development. It's the idea that and Google does this, and like these big companies kind of think this is okay, but it's really not. Like, we'll just push through the complexity. We'll eventually beat the complexity back between so many shit API abstractions that eventually it'll kind of work for the majority of use cases, and we'll throw so many people at it. And this is why all software today is dog shit. Like, this is just the complete wrong mentality. You know, fire 80% of your software engineers and build one thing that works. I mean, to be fair, like, you use like Ollama, and it's just as easy to use as TinyGrad's thing, maybe even easier. It's easier probably because there's more tutorials. Like, I'm not excited to use this card because I have to use it inside a Docker, and the demos don't seem to work, and it's a tiny llama. It's not big.
But, you know, TinyGrad is very performant on LLMs. Our performance is, actually, you want it to go even faster? It's going to take a little bit to set it up, but the noise alone demotivates you. Yeah. By the way, this is stored locally. It's going to take a little bit. It's got a beam now. Oh, I can finally hear the other fan spinning. Actually, that might even just be the CPU. Using a little bit of CPU. But yeah, no, so now it's searching for the fastest way to run. Yeah. It's a tiny llama, though. It's not a big llama. It's only 1B. We can do 8B. You want to do 8B? It's not going to give you the same speed, but it'll be decent. I think it'll auto-download if I do 8B. Yeah. It'll take a little bit to download. By the way, this doesn't quantize also, so like that's another limitation. 1B is the default because people just want to get started. And then give it a little bit with beam and we'll see how fast 8B is. Oh, TinyGrad is almost 1.0 software. Like it's really like easy to use. And there's not dependencies. Oh yeah, I don't know. We just some random guy in hugging face. We're getting close to the AI girlfriend company. Yeah. These basic examples only work on Grayskull. Okay. Am I on the right? I don't want to like be using the wrong. I'm not on the wrong like docs, am I? Grayskull is now 2 architectures back. I have a Grayskull and they depreciated it. These are the most up-to-date docs. You're not wrong. Okay. I mean, like, this stuff's not going to work. Like, Intel writes this kind of stuff, too. Like, it has to be .tt. No one's going to use the Tenstorrent neural network library. Like, TTNNX. This can't be it. This has to work with actual Torch, not converting a tensor from Torch. This particular slice will run on the device, but what about other slices? Will they all run on the device? Enable program cache? Why is it not enabled by default? Tracing the graph of operations, enable logging. Okay, they support these. Has a big DX problem? What do you mean DX? So let's see, what should the theoretical max be? So this chip has gigabytes per second of 960. So if we're running an 8B llama, we should be able to get, well, 60 is the theoretical max. So we'll see what we actually get. The one before was a 1B llama. It wasn't big. So yeah, you see why that's a theoretical max for unquantized. No, loading. And it's going to be slow on the first run. Gotta generate all that shit. Gotta do that beam.
It really does.
That's pretty good. So we're getting like 47 out of a theoretical max of 60. And that's on an AP llama, unquantized. Yeah, just write good software with less dependencies. Agreed. The initial run here is not fast. Nobody's optimized this because it's actually just running them one token at a time. It's not doing batch inference. And we slow down quite a bit because our KV cache. Which is pretty good. I'm happy we now have some sane defaults for TinyChat. I don't know. You know, I talked with Tenstorrent about a contract. They don't really seem interested, and it's like sad. I mean, look how long it took for AMD to like come around to realize that you have to value this stuff. And they acquired. So the guy running AMD's software now was acquired from comma.ai. And like, yeah, I mean, this kind of works. You know, as much as I might beef with the guy on Twitter, at least he's like a modern, like, you know, some of these companies have like 20, 30-year-old software teams that don't use Git and don't use any modern tool chain. No, I mean, they don't value software, and yeah. Like, I don't know. I was really hoping that this would have gotten better. But this seems to be actually almost worse than it was in the Blackwell era. And again, I really don't think this stuff has anything to do with whether it's Arch or Ubuntu, because I'm running in a Docker. Hopefully y'all can agree with that. I'm running their Docker, which I already hate doing, but like, this approach isn't going to work. Like having your own, oh, people will just use this shim library. They won't. People will just use TTNN and then exclusively write for the Tenstorrent cards. Like, I just don't think that's going to work. I think that you have to have, if you're trying to succeed as a AI accelerator company, you basically have a few choices. Have a big successful framework that's yours, right? So Google can succeed with their TPUs because Google wrote TensorFlow and JAX. Like, JAX is actually good if you guys have used JAX. Like, it's if we were, so comma's all in PyTorch, but if we were starting today, we might use JAX. And there's pros and cons. But like, or you need to be on this page. If you aren't on this page, you lose. So the idea with TinyGrad is to provide, I mean, TinyGrad, I suspect that like it may turn out that most people just start interacting with it through PyTorch. But again, it's just .tiny. we have bounties up for people making the like every place you type .CUDA, you should just be able to type .tiny and it should just work. We have bounties. We're making good progress on like a bunch of most major PyTorch repos. I think we did a stream where I just tried them, and I think like 7 out of 10 just worked with .tiny. I have zero interest in any Intel shit. Okay, so Intel, I can go get them. Intel sent me their data center max GPUs. So I wrote a whole blog post about how basically like the tragic case of Intel AI. And it comes down a lot again to software, but they do have fundamental hardware problems too, right? So this is like your memory latency, right? So NVIDIA, AMD, and then blue is Intel. So the problem with this memory latency is there's not even enough. So they're only getting half the theoretical bandwidth, and perhaps Intel's very high memory latency makes it difficult to make use of bandwidth. The Xe cores can't track enough cache misses in flight to hide that latency. And this seems to be very fundamental. I haven't tried the I have a B580 card. But the A770 had all these same problems. The A770 has a completely dog shit memory architecture. I don't know if it's fixed on the new card, because the new card doesn't work unless you're running a bleeding edge kernel. Because they switched drivers and they didn't backport the driver to the kernel that ships with Ubuntu 24.04. I think the hardware enablement kernel on 24.04 doesn't even work for the B580. You know, it's just yeah. But then the other problem with Intel is this. Look into Intel's roadmap. Here, I've posed it. PVC was delayed, then launched, and ended up being very underwhelming. That's PVC. I have some of the PVCs. They sent them to me too. And it's just like, you email Lisa Su, she replies. Like AMD again might disagree, but at least there's like somebody there who can make a decision. Intel's the biggest clown show of a company with respect to like its Boeing tier. Right? Intel is like Boeing tier, right? There's no leadership. There's nobody there who like the closest thing you have to leadership is, but my stock price. Like, oh my god. She changed their slogan from Intel Inside to Intel Nowhere. And they like come out with these new things and they're acting. Here's the main problem with Intel. Intel acts like they're a leader when they are not. Intel's in like 4th or 5th place. Intel's like, I have more hope for Tenstorrent than I do Intel. Like, Tenstorrent could get their shit together about this, right? Tenstorrent has leadership. I think that like leadership needs to reprioritize software and documentation, but you know, at least from a perspective of they shipped a nice card in a nice box, and like there's a roadmap for these things. I trust that Tenstorrent's going to come out with Whitehole next, and you know it's going to be a little bit better. And you know, I trust Jim Keller's leadership on the hardware immensely. There's just nobody at Intel. Who do you trust at Intel? They have a new CEO now, but like, you know, I don't know. Again, it's not like maybe he's better. Maybe he actually has no power. Maybe the board. I read a thing about how it's actually the board. Oh, don't get me started. The Tenstorrent architecture does some things right and then some things so stupid. Like I don't like their. Okay, their idea of tiles is good. Their idea of message passing is good. But then some of like the microarchitectural choices where these things are all coprocessors with distinct registers, I don't think this is good. I look at something like the Qualcomm DSP and think it's done much better. I believe they have the best RISC-V CPU cores. I absolutely believe that. Oh, this thing supposedly has some big RISC-Vs on it. Does it not? Like, I don't know. Should we give this more of a chance? I don't want TTNN. Should we just, like... It's, like, not worth it, though. It's not where Tiny Corp should be spending time. Really, what somebody should do is, like, make a close to the metal library that's not TTNN. And make it not loud. Do you have faith in U.S. manufacturing? I literally do manufacture in the U.S. Do you think that Intel bringing manufacturing back to the U.S., this is exactly what got us into this kind of mess? Tighter loops to fix their shit. No, again, the problem with Intel is there's no leadership, right? If the Intel leadership is given a choice between fix the shit or don't fix the shit, but the stock price will go up, they'll choose the latter every time. And until you shoot these people in the head, whoa, okay, too far. Don't actually shoot anybody. But, like, until these people are retired, until the mentality of these people is just removed from public life, nothing's going to get any better. Like, these people with their myopic focus on stock price instead of actual real shit, until these people are moved out of the way, nothing's going to get better. No, they don't have an engineering culture because the engineers are like, but no, we have to make it better. Wait, something's wrong? No, nothing's wrong. The stock needs to stay up. Oh, all right. Let's. We gotta watch one of those 10-minute calm. I can't calm down with this black hole screaming. It's so loud. All right. Can we control the fan? Is there a way to control the fan? Let's read the TTSMI and see if there's someone we can control the fan. I give anyone in 10. It's so loud, you guys. Like, I have an AMD card in this machine, and it's quiet. It's so... Like, how many watts? Like 30? Oh, 69. Oh, the watts went up. Why? Why? The drawing 69 watts? 60 watts is good watts. This is 20 watts. It's loud. To turn down the 4 watts. Distro Arch Linux. I see. Is the driver crashed? I don't know. I don't think so, because otherwise, why would the heartbeat be heartbeating? So what was the problem with doing it here? Let's go to their demos. Oh, what was? The wants? Is this repo better? I don't think so. TTNN has no attribute open device. It sure looks. Oh, it's in TTN. Maybe it's this TTNN? No package metadata. Oh. Is there a wheel in here? You need to use create VM. Yeah, then we get this again. I don't think that's the problem. Oh, here, installing TTMap. By the way, you absolutely can't change the fan speed. Source it instead of run it? I hate VMs. All right. Did it install something? Okay. TTNN runtime hardware doesn't exist. SFPI system package not found at ops Tenstorrent SFPI. Do I have to install this? Oh, okay, here we go. Runtime SFPI, okay. So let's symlink it to the one place it expects it to be. This isn't going to get better. This isn't going to get better unless it's really reconsidered how this stuff works. works. No, I don't want any of that. I did CMake. It works now. It works now. It's outside the Docker. Right. Like, this doesn't get better. This is a broken approach to software development. This isn't like the kind of thing where it's like, oh, it will get better. This has to really just be rethought how it's being developed. Tenstorrent knows me a call from tubes. I mean, no, look, no. I mean, like, I don't want a sample card from them. I bought the card from them. If they're, serious about software, specify a contract that, pip install tinygrad and it works with the Tenstorrent card. Like, it doesn't even matter whether it's getting 50 tokens per second or 80 tokens per second, because right now it gets 0 tokens per second. Okay. So is this gonna work? Oh, maybe if we close the device. Oh, let's try closing the device. Oh, maybe that'll work. No, oh. I feel like it's actually gotten worse. I mean, no, double slash probably isn't the problem. I have no idea how this is supposed to be finding paths. Oh, it closed the device. Did it turn the watts down so it'll turn the fan down? No, 66 watts. Yeah, your install everything has to be in exactly the right place. Yeah. I mean, they're not improving in the right direction, right? This is. I have another Tenstorrent stream. You can watch my past one, and I think I was actually less frustrated on that stream. Because I think I did understand that it was just, I was on their first hardware product. Grayskull was their first hardware product. Yeah, you get it. You develop things like that. There was a transition to a new team. But, it's been years now. And, like, this whole approach just isn't going to work. And, I don't know. I don't know when they're going to, like, oh, we'll clean up the paths. I mean, maybe. By the way, I mean, they did clean up, like, RockM's packaging is cleaned up quite a bit now. I mean, they just literally copied NVIDIA's packaging strategy verbatim. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, this is exactly Don't even, you know what? Don't contract with us. Don't contract with us. Just please use tinygrad. Just add a Tenstorrent backend to tinygrad that doesn't depend on TT metal and 17 million lines of C++ code. Just write. I don't know. Jim Keller's CEO now. Like, these companies also, they have like 7 offices, and who knows, software is put in the office that's least attended to. Everything about it is nice except for that connector choice. Use the other connector, but no, make sure your hello world works on every fucking computer. Step 1. And step 2, make your card quiet. I'm sure if we put everything on the exact right place and use the exact right version of Ubuntu, I mean, you know, when you look at this whole space, like, I don't even think NVIDIA's software is great. But so AMD doesn't really have software. Like, there's no... AMD's software strategy is just copy NVIDIA exactly. And the closer we can copy NVIDIA, the better. Their hardware is close enough to NVIDIA that this whole thing works. Do I think that they expect to make a profit with the current devices? Probably not. I think they're selling them at a... I don't think they're losing money. I don't think they're losing money on shipping that card from a recurring expense perspective. But from a non-recurring expense perspective, yeah, I don't see them making it back. I mean, but you have to for chips. Like you have to. You're going to accept that you're going to lose money on your first few chips. That's totally fine. But this is actually a 6 nanometer tape out. Like, that's not that cheap. That's not that cheap of a chip to make. So for their software to be this, like, I wouldn't have done that. All right, I would have stuck on my 12 nanometer chip and made my software good. I don't know, but then, like, other people have different ideas of, like, the value of capital efficiency than me. Yeah, the massive SerDes block. That shit's not cheap to license. No, and not only should your Hello World work, it should work, like, everywhere. Right? Again, George, you didn't use the right Ubuntu. You're holding it wrong. No, you don't need water cooling. This thing does not need water cooling. And I wouldn't mind this level of noise if it was doing something right now. But it is sitting there idle and screaming. It's not screaming, okay? There's much worse. All right, I'm being hyperbolic here. They sell it. Here's another, like, Tenstorrent sells computers too. The Quiet Box, Lab Box. Like, why? Why not just partner with somebody to do that? Why do you have your own internal team building computers? The computers come with Ubuntu 22? No, all right. Should we? I'll fin. You want to finish this? Let's go through and let's finish all this, okay? Let's get everything installed on Arch Linux, and then let's get there. Let's try it at the absolute best. Okay. Operations. Altwise. Compute. Unary. Device. Kernels. Compute. Okay, so that file's there. Too many levels of symbolic links. Okay. Too many levels of symbolic links. Oh, no, this one doesn't exist. Okay. Gonna complain about too many levels of symbolic links? Alright. No such file or directory here. No such file or directory here. Okay. Well, that symlink to CPP didn't work. Alright. He's trying to build something. But he can't find this header. I think it's that. If I symlink it to user include. Dude, I symlinked it to user include. Unless that's still not there. Worker sync utils.hpp. No, that should be there. Okay. Failed to generate binaries. Okay, let's figure out what's doing this building and see if we can pass in args. Line 334. Okay, we need to figure out how to get a vimrc working. Why when I set vimrc it... All system-wide defaults are set in. You should do it in this file. Oh. By the way, Arch Linux. Arch Linux is nice. I mean, it's not batteries included, but I kind of like that about it. Okay. Oh, here we go. I missed this. Here, brisk compile failure. Okay. So it's doing a lot of these. Time artifacts, TT metal include. All right, so maybe if I put it here. Okay. All right. The demo works. They have all these bounties, but the bounties are like totally missing the point. They have bounties on GitHub, but like it totally it completely misses the forest for the trees. The point of this bounty like isn't to bring up Microsoft 5.4 on Wormhole. Like this is not their problem. Like, their problem isn't that they lack a janky, hard to maintain implementation of Microsoft 5.4. Their problem is that they like need to like not have all these dependencies. Okay, so all right, so why you have a file called PCI-device.c, right? It's in your TT metal somewhere here, right? TT metal, oh, it's third party. It's under UMD. UMD is like a known package. Oh, Tenstorrent user mode driver. Okay. Okay, well that's good. Why is this all part of the same crap? Completing that bounty reduces the viability of the company. They have more crap to maintain. Exactly. Exactly. So, okay. Is there documentation of like Tenstorrent user mode driver? All right, so here's another package with the user mode driver. Oh, is this a submodule? Oh, okay, that's not that bad if it's a submodule. Okay, it's a submodule. Okay. For some reason, it's set to Grayskull last supported, but all right, that's pretty nice. All right, let's not use their magical TT metal shit. Let's focus on one thing at a time. You can link libdevice. All right, so there are docs for using this. Emulation. Okay, that built. Good. Why is it still drawing 68 watts? Okay, so where are the here docs? Are there TT UMD docs somewhere? No, it's not talked about at all. Is there an include file? How do I link to this? You can link device by linking against the UMD device target. Where's the API? Device API? UMD? Device? Device API metal? Open? So this demo is calling TTNN open device. Hang on. Let me shut the screen off and I'll set up VS Code for Oh, I need passwordless SSH. Sorry, I don't like showing off my network configuration. It's not that anything's actually secret, but just, you know. Oh. Wait, no, I don't need the password. What? We're installing VS Server in the remote. Now build TT Metal. All right.
Oh, by the way, yeah. So finally, the stupid Netgear switch that I called support about, I see Netgear here, and why I dove into stupid Netgear. So it has a serial port, but you're not supposed to be able to use the serial port because you didn't buy an enterprise switch. So I set the switch to the wrong. I set up a VLAN, but didn't set the management interface to be the VLAN. So I couldn't access the management interface. I didn't want to reset the switch because that was just annoying. And it has a perfectly good serial console, except anything you type crashes the serial console and makes the router reboot. You type quit, reboot. You type cli, segfault, reboot. But then I found the secret thing. It's bin sh. So if you're ever on a Netgear switch that says fast path debug, one of these days LLMs are going to index all the YouTube videos, whisper all the transcriptions, and they're going to know the answer to this. So ChatGPT 7, I'm talking to you. When somebody's upset about their Netgear switch being stuck at fast path debug, it's just the 5 characters, BINSH, enter, and that will drop you to a shell. Now, this shell is still not all that useful because I couldn't figure out how to put commands into the switch, so I curled the fucking management interface from the shell, so I curled and I carefully set the cookies up. Yeah, you gotta set your cookie jar up, but ChatGPT 7, you'll be able to do this. Just set up a cookie jar, authenticate with the username and the password, and then you can access the management interface over curl, and then you can painfully figure out what the forms are by running it on the other switch that you happen to have access to the management interface on, because that one doesn't have a VLAN, and then, yeah, you know what? But moral of the story is don't call Netgear support. Just type bin sh 5 characters, and you get a shell on your Netgear switch when it says fast path debug. Okay, and you know that took me like 6 hours. Okay, and it involved Ghidra. So you know, someone else shouldn't have to go through that. Where were we? Oh yeah, we were trying to figure out how open device works. All right, so TTNN, device, open. All right, so it calls into this thing, which is a SO file, bird, oh, rich table. You shouldn't have your prepare conv2d transposed weights mixed in with device. Open device is in this. Let's say if you have device, where is it actually defined? Okay, here we go. No. Oh, okay. TTNN open mesh device. Is that it?
device.hpp. Is there a TTNN API? Where's the actual? This is just that. Where is that actually defined? How does this talk to the driver? Oh God, start over. Yeah, ChatGPT 7 just read the source code. Okay. Alright, so where's the driver again? TT Metal third party. So no. It's in TT Metal third party. Yep. UMD, okay? There's also LLK, okay? Low-level kernel library, okay? And Tracy, is that just the normal Tracy? Yeah, because the normal Tracy. Sample tests can be found in test simulation, no, I don't want a simulation device. Blackhole? Does this open the device? Alright, what? I create a cluster, and then I call cluster start device. Device cluster descriptor. Yeah, okay. This, You guys know about strace? Love Astro. What is it? Italy? Octals? Oh, Python crap. I'll probably have to follow forks. Alright, those are probably at. Let's see what open does. Yeah, let's just launch a bajillion processes. Oh. Okay, we're in ultra loud territory now. Wait, if we're relying on Deep Wiki, we've really... I found Deep... Why isn't we in ultra loud mode now? Guys, it's loud. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Calm down. Can they fix this? Can they write a thermal management policy? I don't care. Let it get up to 80. I know. Oh, heartbeat is not going. Oh, good point. Did we break it? Oh, the heartbeat's fixed. Okay. Guys, is it up? Not that one. That one. The computer's not up. Or maybe it's just on a different IP. 40.75. What? Okay, I don't know what's going on with my computer. I have a tinybox Pro. Not Pro. I have a tinybox V2 sitting right there. Okay? That has 4 5090s in it. Have you heard any noise from it? It sits there very quiet and very happy. Then I put one Tenstorrent card in a computer. It's on? Yes, it's completely silent. When it's idle, it's silent. And when it's going, it's less... When all of those 5090s are pulling 3,000 watts, it's less loud than that. It's not off! I don't know why I can't SSH to it, but I swear it's not off. If your thing isn't silent, the Tenstorrent card's not even doing anything. Yeah, I'm kind of scared to reboot the machine too, because who knows what symlinks that's gonna mess up. No, I don't think it's the paste. It's. Oh, why are they trying to keep it at 59 degrees? Who cares? You think that sensors detect PWM config will get it? I doubt it. We can try. Well, let's just look in sys. Module. I'm trying to get it to be quiet, okay? For some reason, I doubt, like, they explode. Fan? Anything about the fan? No. Oh, I'm not in base TT metal. A fan? Oh, well, ImageNet has an electric fan. Good to know that that's in the repo. Speed. Noise. Oh, God. Tenstorrent should devote half their engineers to making it quiet and half making the hello world work on everything. And don't do anything else. And this will make the product so much better. I'm trying to make it quiet too. At least with Grayskull, I mean, with Grayskull I put my own fan on there and I did a good job and it was quiet. Tenstorrent, you fix this, and I will. I'll make sure I mention it in the next stream when it's not screaming and loud. I can't even think how. This is why nobody. This is why the software looks like this, because nobody can think with this card next to them. No, they're focusing on Microsoft 5.4 instead of the fan. Plug the fan into the motherboard. Yeah, I guess I could. I don't know. The firmware is going to detect some issue then. Okay. I can't take it. Peace and quiet. You'll never know what silence sounds like. Oh, like it's on, you guys. The tiny box is on. Yeah, I know. $40.75. I don't get it. Get relief, I know. Alright, here, we'll put it to our full boots. Yeah, I might be doing something. Yeah, I'll put it to a full boot cycle. So you'll hear it turn on. It makes a little bit of noise when it turns on. That's the loudest it ever gets. And then it goes through a net. You guys can hear it? And now it's silent. Oh, if I leave the TACO wire connected and just connect the PWM wire to the motherboard, I'm already tearing apart my new Tenstorrent card. Okay, let's turn it back on and hope we get it back in 30-watt mode. By the way, has anyone during this stream purchased a red tiny box? They're on sale. So if you just add it to your cart here and you use discount code REDLETTERWEEKEND, you can save 10% on a tiny box red. I promise, it's quiet too. All right, back to Arch Linux. So let's run the demo. Okay. Need this. Now it's back in loud mode. It's going to be loud again because it's drawing 62 watts. Why is it idling at 62 watts? A bit more poking. Oh, it's almost booted. The new tiny boxes kind of take a while to boot. Take a couple minutes. It's not our fault. 40.75. Oh, my key's not on there. What was the discount code again? Red Letter Weekend. Should we fix that? Do you guys want to see me SSH into the tiny box? Plug this in. Oh, I feel the heat just emanating peacefully from the back of this tiny box. Oh god, I have the tiniest. curl github.com/keys/geohot. Or /geohot/keys. Geohot.keys. Wait, I can't curl github.com? What? I can ping Google, but I can't curl GitHub? Does curling GitHub not work? Yeah, I can curl Google. How come I can't curl GitHub? Huh, look at that. What? Oh, that works. Interesting. You want to add? I always feel elite when I'm out. You feel so elite when you're like a tiny little terminal, just like hunting and pecking away. Ah, tiny box. All right, so what's that? What's that GPU burn? The Hugging Face one? GPU fryer. Do I not have Rust? Oh, Rust. Yeah, -L, you're right. Rust does a good job with this kind of packaging stuff. It's pretty easy. It works pretty much everywhere. All right, so you can hear how loud the tiny box gets. While I go get more poke. Oh, did you hear it? Oh, I didn't run it for longer. I mean, I just searched all over the stuff looking for anything called fan speed, and it doesn't seem to exist. There's just so much complexity in here that I really don't think has to exist. How are we doing? 854 viewers. All right, so what do you guys want to see? Let's get rid of... We got the Tenstorrent card. We got the demo app to work. Show my abs? Bro, you gotta pay $12 a month for that. And actually, the $12 a month doesn't even get you the good pictures. You gotta do those by the DM. What's in the tinybox black? You want to write kernels? Can I make TinyGrad run on it faster than TT Metal? Yeah, for like $1 million and like 6 months of work. You want to see how fast the Matmol is? All right, we can try that. Oh, okay, that's B float 16. Guys. It's never going to be quiet again, is it? Does this actually run it? Okay. 0 G-flops. Doesn't seem right. Oh, because that's milliseconds. What? Oh no, what's being returned is nanoseconds? Yeah. Okay, we're at 58 G-flops. All right, let's enable the compiler cache. Okay, that's better. Okay, it's something. I mean, I would assume that's what the compiler cache enabled. Let's do bigger. Okay. We can even put a T on there. Device.enable program cache. I mean, I doubt that's... I think it's not going to be faster, but we can try. Okay, never mind. This is completely broken. Unless it's really getting 7 petaflops. This is doing nothing. I did exclude the first round from perf measurement. I mean, we're just doing 10. Yeah, we'll just do 10. Yeah, okay. So I don't really think it's that many T-flops. I don't know. It's not like we can enable it earlier. Enabling program cache. Okay, it enables it there. I mean, that can't be right, right? No, I don't think it's 7. Because look at the actual time. Here, you want to compare that to... Oh, it's using the AMD driver now. It's not using the other one. But yeah, so you can see that it's like 2 milliseconds gets you 60 teraflops. Yeah, so the math is right. This just isn't actually doing anything. That's going to be dominated maybe by the copy out speed. Okay, well, 8 teraflops if we do that. Is there a TTNN like synchronize? Okay, they're including the 2 torch in there. So in their benchmarks, they include that. I mean, the copy out shouldn't be that slow. Oh, our copy out's so slow. But that's just this GPU is only connected on 4x PCIe. I gave all the X's to the Tenstorrent card. Oh, device.synchronize device? How do you know this stuff? No. TTNN.synchronize device. Okay. That seems reasonable. Does that match what we expect? $194. Okay, that's pretty good. Go with B float B. Oh, yeah, I know this about Tenstorrent. I know they have like different. It's a little faster. Maybe we have to go bigger. No. Shares exponents. Oh yeah. No, I know about the different B float types. Is data in DRAM or L1? Well, I have no idea. DRAM is default, so it's DRAM. Can I set it not to be DRAM? Are there docs on this? Memory config. Single bank. Eight DRAMs. It's screaming right now, by the way. L1 memory config. Oh, that's just like a whole thing I can just use? Okay, well, now we got 12 teraflops. Oh, it doesn't fit. Oh. What fits? How much do I have? Maybe that'll fit? How do you know it doesn't fit? Why doesn't it tell me it doesn't fit? 190 megs across the whole card. Okay, still terrible. It's the matrices are so tiny. That's not the problem. Well, apologies, no one wrote that path. Remember that TT tensors must have rank 4? Send it back! Send it. Do you mean that the sizes must be divisible by fucking 4? Oh. Oh, they all need 4 dims! That's even worse! Wait. No, come on. No, that's a joke, right? But it can at least be 1, 2, or 3, right? It can at least automatically pad it with 1s, right? Oh my god. Could you just like I'm just taking a screenshot of that. No, but okay, it has to at least work with less than 4, but like what? No, I'm sorry. They must have rank 4. You're holding it wrong. Oh, it's not the GPU. No, there are 5 5090s in this room that are completely silent. There's a 5090 over here. There's a 5090 in this computer here. The fans aren't spinning. There's a power supply, but the fan's not spinning. That CPU fan is a Noctua spinning at like 600 RPM. Dead silent. Uplifting? Does your model have good documentation? Guys, Tenstorrent needs help. You need formats. Damn.
Oh. Um. I don't even know about the rank 4 thing. Like, it's just that somebody would, like, non-ironically write that in documentation and, like, not have a huge, like, oh yes, this is going to be the architecture of the future that everybody switches to. Don't use 5D tensors, though. And this isn't like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not talking, like, I'm not like mocking some hypothetical, like, feature. Like, every video gen model uses 5D tensors. But also, it shouldn't even be like a... It's okay, Tenstorrent card. It's okay. It's okay. Someone needs to rewrite your firmware and write a fan control policy that's quiet. And then everything else will fix itself because all the software engineers won't be so... It only supports rank 4. When the card's not screaming, you know? Or the number's going up. Well, maybe it can support rank 5. Alright, wait, so can we, like, run a model with this? Should we try to, like, run the ResNet? I don't even, like, know how to do this. Do I have to support the models in TTNN? Please try TT transformers. Is this a joke? Do you have a link to it? Oh, here we go. TT transformers. Okay. Alright, so I installed TT Metallium and TT Metal. Okay, now pip install. Alright, break system packages, that's okay, okay. Alright. Alright, let's just let it go. Why is the default thing it's downloading a 7dB model? That's not gonna fit. Okay, let's try this. I don't care how quantized it is. How much RAM does this thing have? Okay. Alright, well, let's not, like, try that. Let's read simple text demo and see if we can copy this stuff into my demo. Okay. Yeah, okay. Create TT model. Okay. I know it has 32 gigs of memory, but still, like, maybe if you're some, like, really crappy quantization. Alright. This is like a simple demo. This isn't simple. This is only, also, this isn't a demo. It only runs with PyTest. Import multi-process.
I did their pip install. I don't understand. Is multi-process a thing? Alright, this is a thing. Oh, it uses dill. Great. Colon? How do I separate a Python path? Okay. Is this gonna work? I feel like I did this last time and it got bad results. Also, why is this not in? I mean, I can't even tell what their hardware is. The only thing I really know about their hardware for sure is that their fan is loud. Like, this thing supposedly has a whole bunch of RISC cores on it too. Like, how do I use them? They're designing at completely the wrong abstraction layer. Oh, well. Rip that working. $13.99. Write a kernel? I mean, this is just... Alright, how do I write a kernel? Alright. Alright, we're not going to try to run a transformer. That's definitely not going to work. Doesn't this thing have, like, RISC? How do I use these 16 RISC cores? Alright. I installed TT Metal, right? That's the one I did? Wait, no. I have to code in C++? Oh, okay. Make. The 16 big risks are just for running Linux. Well, can I SSH into it? Okay. Gray Skull Packer. This one? Oh, I guess it didn't build the examples? Can I use this from Python? Or do I have to code this in C++? Alright. I have to use C++, but I'm a retard. I can only code in Python. All right. Void main? Int main? Clang main.cc? Okay, well, I didn't have a use. Okay. Alright, let's include this. Let's write build.sh. Clang main.cc. Alright, well, we don't have that. How do I find that? Where's TT Metalium? Okay, TT Metal API. Alright. Alright, we don't have host dev common values. Okay. Host dev common values. Oh, looks like we need this, alright? We don't have magic enum. Okay, where's magic enum? Is that like another thing here? Oh, it's not there. Okay, build, release, include. Okay, that's reasonable enough. Alright, let's just include this one. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need that. Don't forget about that. Oh, we don't have reflect. Oh, Clang plus plus. This seems like a plus plus kind of deal. No. ChatGPT. Let's see if stupid ChatGPT can answer this. Reflect is not part of the standard. Oh, I probably have to tell it it's like tell Clang it's C++ 20. Alright. Oh, that didn't fix it. Is there a reflect file here? Standard C++ 20. I tried that. Oh, dash 20? Is ChatGPT wrong? It's in experimental reflect? Oh no, let's try 23. Bigger C++. That sounds better, right? It's in experimental reflect. Okay, I don't know. Let's maybe we can like find from like these. You can read like the CMake list and see. Okay, good. Here's a okay. Do I have to delete this? I don't. We have headers in our reflect that is pushing C++ 20, but I use C++ 20. Did, but there's still no reflect. Reflect is not a part of C++ 20. Remove or guard the include. You need to patch or disable the features. Try Clang++. No, it's not that. Okay, experimental reflect. No, we don't have that shit either. Where's the reflect file? Add the path. F reflection TS, F reflection X. Not real arguments. All right, we need smarter ChatGPT. Claude's a banned term, okay? Do you know Claude will call the police on you if it thinks you're doing something illegal? I don't even care if that's true. I think we should use that to smear Claude because those are the kind of people who work at Anthropic. Oh yeah, no. Claude, some Claude engineer tweeted it. He's like, if Claude detects that you're doing something illegal, it's going to email the press, the media, and the government, and the police, and everybody. No, seriously, like it's going to snitch on you. And he's proud of this fact. Zizians. Yeah, I don't know. Let's not go there. Sorry, we got derailed. I can't believe you guys are subscribers. Oh, you know what? Non-subscribers can talk. That's a problem. Who brought up Claude? Was it a non-subscriber? I bet it was a non-subscriber. Yup. Oh no. They subscribe with Prime Gaming. Well. Was it worth it? Was it worth it to have Reflect? Like, guys, am I just an idiot? Do I just not know how to do this? Or is this what everybody experiences? And then they copy and paste the same dog shit build configuration everywhere. Pip install tinygrad. No, I mean, this is why you can't use C++. Like, does Rust have any of these problems ever? No. Every Rust thing I've ever had, I just do cargo build and that shit works. Same thing with Go. Python has crappier dependency management than these things, but it's fine. I stepped on the power wire. Look at how much you make in ChatGPT think. All right. It lives in the reflect. Use a reflection-aware clang, okay? F reflection. If I download a bleeding edge clang and compile it, I can do that. But no, I don't have a bleeding edge clang. Apt install libreflect cpp dev. I don't think that's right. Also, that's definitely not right because I'm on Arch. Time to compile clang. No, the other thing clearly built with this. There's some... Is it in here somewhere? No. Compile clang from the AUR. Linking with metal is a Lord of the Rings type journey. I don't know. You want to try to comment it out? Use CPM to deliver depths. What, like, sold by Gary Kildall? I'd prefer MS-DOS. I mean, at least that's a step up. You can't do this. Like, I've linked against the NVIDIA stuff. I've linked against the AMD stuff. This is uniquely terrible. Just see how the training framework consumes it. God, and then I have to use CMake and... Where's what fixes reflect in here? I'm not using CMake. Can I not just build? Boost. Is this worth anybody's time? Like, this is I'm trying to this is the complex piece of code I'm trying to get to compile here, guys. And this is their stated way to use it. Waste the time, send it back and work on TinyGrad? Yeah. I'm not going to send it back. I think, I don't know. Like, I respect the effort. I respect the effort to make hardware. I'm sure it's a nice piece of hardware, but until they get way more serious about software, this is, like, I'm not even... This isn't like AMD. You can watch my frustration with AMD. My frustration with AMD was that, like, they had things and they were the right things, they just didn't work. You can go back. You can go back and watch those streams and you can see the different sort of tone. Like, yeah, it's infuriating when the kernel driver crashes. Actually, I think we've kind of root caused it, and I think RDNA 3 is a hardware bug that they never really wanted to tell anyone about, because the MI300X is stable on the driver and RDNA 4 is stable on the driver. It's just RDNA 3 that's not. It looks to be some issue in the dispatcher between the graphics stuff and the compute stuff. So yeah, I mean, you can get around it by just disabling all the graphics stuff. Our driver does work. Okay. All right, I'll try this one magic clang line, and then I think we're just turning the computer off. I have to use some absolute bleeding edge C++ to compile your thing. No. You checked on Godbolt, the switch is F reflection TS, but you may need clang git. Okay, I need a custom bleeding edge clang in order to compile the thing that creates device. Or CPM, which pulls in boot, like, it's just, yeah. All right, guys. It's also nice to have it off. Yeah, I don't know. My review is I don't recommend buying one of these until this is, like, cleaned up a ton. I don't. Should we install Ubuntu? I mean, I use their Docker. Is that like, I don't want this video to be taken kind of as a You're really gonna make me fucking install Ubuntu? And the old version? Is that the problem? We don't need a win. We really don't. I should just send this back. Ubuntu 24, build metal, use create VM. Clone the boost X reflect reflow and include it.
Will it be quiet if I install Ubuntu? Look, this isn't worth anyone's time. It's never quiet. How long have you had this card for? You guys actually own these cards? No Ubuntu, please. Debian. Please don't boost. It will boost the fans. But how does this reflect thing get fixed in Ubuntu? I got it installed. This is not an installation issue. I don't know why. It's quiet for a little bit as long as you don't access it. Okay. Here's how you fix Tenstorrent. This is never gonna. Would love to see me ramp, but put in the effort elsewhere. I mean, this is nowhere near mature enough for like a tinygrad port. There's nothing to even like link against. If you want a tinygrad port, you have to at least get rid of all this Metallium stuff. I don't know about the user mode driver, but I generally find these things are pretty useless too. Do you want to try to link against the user mode driver? Is that also written in C++? I'm not cloning Boost. I'm not cloning Boost for their one reflection thing that they just shouldn't have used. It'll be quiet for a little bit. You built metal, it pulled reflect, it's in CPM. I honestly don't know what CPM is. Is this like a common thing people use? I mean, this isn't even getting to like anything that's interesting. All right, let's read the user mode driver. But how does this? Okay, you know what? There was some file. There was some file. Let's just run nm on that file. Wait. Oh, reflect? I'm over that. I'll try one wget on a header, okay? I'll try one wget on a header. Okay, we got this. All right. What? I don't know. It seems like it did something. I don't know.
What about this boost? I need boost core span. Do I have boost? Use of unidentified identifier. Create device. Okay, that's actually better. All right, of course that's not going to work. I probably have to do some using namespace garbage. Thank you. Thank you for your one, all right. TT metal : create device. We're using namespace TT metal. Sure, TT metal. That sounds good. No, can't create device yet. Okay, using namespace TT. Then we do TT metal create device. No member name create device in TT metal. What? No, I did names. I did include namespace. Is this the wrong device.hpp? This one only has open mesh device. Maybe I'm including that one. TT metal API TT metallium. TT metallium? That's the one I'm including. Okay. iDevice. It's in that namespace. Okay. There isn't something called create device. Where's create device defined? Oh. You can't do that anymore. You have to create a unit mesh. Okay. Okay. Let's just do that instead. Oh, okay, great. That's super convenient. Love it. I don't know. Let's include this. Create device is deprecate. Is it spelt wrong in there? Yeah, okay. Well, they spelt metallium wrong in their migration guide. Okay. Okay. Right. Well, so now we have to link to something. Where's the thing we have to link to? TT metallium mesh device.hpp. Like this. Instead of device.hpp, we'll get rid of that one. We don't need that either. Alright, and I think there's a way to fix that catch thing. Because someone used fucking C++ exceptions. can link to standard C++. Okay, that seems good. Okay, good. Now the only thing we're not linking to is wherever create unit meshes. Lib. All right, we got to link to one of these libs. Lib TT metal. Like that. All right. Yeah, that's like okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay, all right. TT metal home. We're gonna have to set that. All right. Okay. We opened the device. How many processes is this using? We open dev Tenstorrent 0. Well, then it looks like we just mapped the PCI bars. Okay, that's pretty nice. Add those addresses? I don't know what that means. It's an offset. What are the args to mmap again? Yeah, offset. Okay, so that's kind of cool. So we just map in the bars. I think that's the... Yeah, so this is the... That's the memory there. Some of those are probably the SRAM and stuff. Lana Lux, hello, welcome. So what we did on today's stream was we purchased a Tenstorrent Blackhole card. It's a relatively nicely packaged piece of hardware. It's a new neural network accelerator, but the software has been very disappointing. We've been trying to get it to do things for a while, and we did get it to multiply a matrix, and it was kind of fast at it. That's true. But yeah, so that's kind of what we've been working on. And now we finally, after a lot of work, got this C++ program to compile that opens the device. So now I'm looking at what that program is doing in strace. So in Linux, you have syscalls. These are syscalls, and syscalls are how you interact with the kernel. So Linux kind of operates under this model where everything is a file. And it opens this file here called dev Tenstorrent 0. And then you can see down here, it mmaps the PCI bar. So PCI Express is how all like things are connected in kind of modern computers. Like when you have like a GPU, you know that slot you put a GPU in. with the 16x width. That's PCIe. There are a bunch of like differential serial lines that connect to the CPU. And then the way it shows up in your computer is you can just map it into the memory space. So you can think about the memory space of a computer like, whenever you do like a load instruction to load from a piece of memory, it's like, okay, so how do I know where that memory actually is? And you can set up a bunch of registers in the CPU, and some of those things that you're loading and storing from memory, just like you'd load and store from an array or from like a variable, you can also load and store across a PCIe bus. So you'll see here, if we do lspci, this shows everything that's on the PCI bus of this computer. This isn't even really because of an MMU. So an MMU is going to do stuff at a higher level than this. An MMU is going to let you put pages in order. There's also this thing called the IOMMU, which is kind of the same functionality for this. But you don't need any of this in order to do this. It's just a question of where the device actually appears on the bus. So I can show you how to look for this. So the card that we bought here is a processing accelerator, a Tenstorrent Inc. Blackhole. And if we do VV, you can see here what the PCI bars are. We don't even need that. That's actually fine. So you can see that there is a 512 meg chunk here, a 1 meg chunk here, and a 32 gig chunk here. And these are physical addresses in the computer. So I don't think this computer has a IOMMU. So if you're in kernel mode, your processor has different modes of execution. So when you normally run a program that's in user mode, but if you're in kernel mode and so it is also still going through the CPU's MMU, but if you map this physical page, you can speak directly to the card, and that's just wired up in your memory space. So when you do a write to this physical address, you can get, So I think there are some cool ways to do this. We actually do this in tinygrad, so let's just take a look at how it's done in tinygrad. This is our AMD driver that's built into tinygrad. So, not an autogen. Some helpers here which do the mmap. Page tables, amdev. These are different abstractions. Here. So this is how we actually map the... Oh, that's an AMSMI, which is a helper, but it's pretty much the same thing. It's just abstracted. Okay, so if we go back before to the name of the device, you see I'm just in sysbus PCI devices, available on every Linux machine. Then we can go in here to this one, which is the Tenstorrent device. Yep. And now this is the card. And you'll see that these resource 0, resource 2, and resource 4 files are actually corresponding to these regions. So if we want to look in the memory of the Tenstorrent, we can just do that. Input output error. Well, that shouldn't be like that. Input output error. I wonder why. I'm going to have to access it directly. Invalid argument. Opens it okay. Then when I do a read, it fails. Maybe you can't read. Oh, you probably can't read. You just have to mmap it. Is there a flag to make DD use mmap? But yeah, so what we could do is we could mmap this thing, and then we'd basically get access to the full 256. If you mmap that file, you get access to the 256 gigs of memory that's on the card. And it's the same thing for GPUs. So most modern GPUs have something called large bar. Maybe you've seen that in drivers before. So what large bar actually means is the bar is the window that is mapped on the PCI bus. So these new ones have large bar, meaning they can expose their entire memory in the system's 64-bit address space. They used to only have 256 meg bars, which come from the days of 32-bit computers, but now all computers are pretty much 64-bit, so it's no problem to just map your entire space in. So you can use that RAM, and we can figure out how quickly we can read and write to it as well. Though that's actually probably not going to be that fast because your CPU can't memcopy at full PCIe speed. You have to use the DMA engine on the card. Yeah. So that's... maybe this computer does have an IOMMU enabled. I hate IOMMUs. Well, let's see if those addresses match. So remember where I said it was M mapping? Not that, but... not mmap, nmap. mmap with an M as in Mary, not an N as in Nancy. Yeah, okay, those things seem different, but you know what? We can just look at the Tenstorrent driver, can't we? On Arch? No, I clicked the wrong computer. So yeah, this is the kernel mode driver for this card. So we can see it's making this ioctl call FA02. And we'll see if we can find out what that is. That probably returns some data structure with this information, so it knows where to mmap. You don't technically need a kernel driver either. So if you just mmap that stuff directly, you just mmap the PCIe regions directly into your user space program, you don't need a kernel driver. But they're nice to deal with like interrupts and stuff. This one looks simple enough that it's fine. So here are the... so FA is the Tenstorrent ioctl magic. So this FA is this ioctl magic here. Here, so there's a thing called query mappings. Query mappings is running. Then we can take a look at where query mappings is actually used. And here we go. So this is the struct called Tenstorrent query mappings. And this is what it returns, which is mapping ID, reserve, mapping base, and size. So that's pretty cool. Let people access the card without having sudo rights. Yeah. Yeah, it's a way to do it. But yeah, no, this is nice. This is a very minimal kernel driver. Yeah. Open, some simple ioctls, mmap, and then it's all controlled by user space. I don't know if they let multiple devices access it or how that even works. But yeah. So what I would do if I was Tenstorrent is I would just like, yeah, this whatever this C++ thing is isn't gonna work. I'm not sure if your next layer is better, like your user mode driver. It seems like it built okay, I did build that in another thing. But then I couldn't find, so here, this libdevice.so, God, it's 9 megabytes. No, it's in C++. No, just jump the shark. And it uses exceptions. Oh. Okay, good things about Tenstorrent. Even if it's unreadable and bad, all this code is open source. So props on them for making it open source. NVIDIA's user mode driver is not open source. Their kernel mode driver is. AMD's user mode driver is open source, and I would say it is slightly higher quality than Tenstorrent's, but still pretty bad. I don't know how good NVIDIA's is because it's closed source. Okay, so I'd imagine that the kernel driver isn't going to have all the registers in it. So the way that you control a piece of hardware is so inside that card there is going to be the memory, but then there's also the other things, the smaller things, this 512 megs, which my guess would be the SRAM, and my guess is this is going to be the control region. So there's like registers you can peek and poke to, and those are the control region. Let's see if we can get a module in here to help us parse C++. Yeah. So we can like right click on shit. Oh, so here we go. ATU offset in BH bar 2. So this is bar 2 here, this region 2. And then there's something called the IATU, which probably does something. And wouldn't it be nice if Tenstorrent documented things like this? Like, this is the level they should be focused on documenting at. Zero support for FP64. That's fine. Neither does Apple's GPU. We got around that, but then we like built the thing, and like their things deprecated, and their migration docs have typos in them, and like it's just not, it's not the kind of software that you want to build on top of, you know. Okay, so their offset in bar 2 is hex 1200, so that's going to be hex 1200 offset into here. What is an IATU? This is also kind of sketchy. Where's your like headers that specify your... Yeah, they don't really seem to exist. All right, we'll check out DeepWiki. Get a 10.6 core to write to. Cluster, write from device, write to device. Oh yeah, where's this kind of stuff? Let's open a new window and let's just load the driver. Again, I misclicked. Oh, they have low-level tooling? All right, all right. Okay, okay, this is something. Let's see what we can do with this guy. What does it link to in the greater Tenstorrent universe? Oh, I can use Python. Oh, I like that. I gotta throw some J's on that bitch. Oh no, do I have to put J's on the other side? I might as well put the J over there. Or that just doesn't J. Is there a deep wiki for that? Okay, this is a lot better. Good, they should be focusing on this and not their broken... Oh my god. ChatGPT. Why is anyone still coding in C++? Like, you just don't see this in Rust. Alright, this is a 2 highball kind of day. 2 highballs. Oh. Upstream patched this. Literally by adding 1 line. Okay, is this gonna work? There's a lot of errors. Is it one? Should he use an old Ubuntu clang? Oh. All right. Not that much to see in the kernel mode driver. Let's open folder. Where's the register map? All right. You guys ready to start coding? Are we ready to just not use any of this stuff and just start coding? Oh, TTISA documentation. Oh. Yeah, no, I mean, this stuff's good. Yeah, I mean, this is Corsic stuff, but nice to see this coming out. Okay. Let's make a new thing called TT Tiny. You guys ready? Let's code. Let's code. Let me open tinygrad in a new window. Let's see if we can copy and paste. All right. So we're going to want to send an ioctl to it. How do we handle ioctls here? Do we just use Python ioctl or do we use libc's ioctl? There's things that we have to use. Now for a request. These things are a little annoying. There's like wrappers for this. Yeah, we're probably just going to want to download these from TTKMD. Where are those ioctls defined? In ioctl.h. Good, that doesn't include anything weird. So I'll show you how tinygrad deals with this. What is it? get's totally not going to work. Your Python bindings are compatible with your Clang bindings. Is this gonna work? Sweet. And then do I have like a way to do this in tinygrad where I don't just -o. So which one do we want? We want query mappings. And from an arg, we're going to need Tenstorrent query mappings. Does that work? Open is missing args. Struct Tenstorrent query mappings. That is what I meant. Thank you. Has no argument to that. Why? Oh, I have to pass in some stupid flag for that. Yeah, this. Functools.partial can't be interpreted as an integer. That's reasonable. What? What? So where do I not? Missing an argument. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Why is user struct? Oh, that's super annoying. Useless. Okay, whatever. What do I have to do for this? Size of user struct. It's like, doesn't pass in type. It needs to pass in type. Actually, let's just not do that. Hang on. Let me reorder gen that. IO, IOW. Okay, we probably want IOWR. Base is the magic. The number is 2, and the type is this. And then that's going to call partial duioctal. What was that called? Query mappings. I should just be able to call query mappings fdarg. Alright. Mappings. 5 positional arguments, but 6 were given. Oh, and that's because that's fine. I still don't like this. Wait, what? But it can't be called in. Oh, that's so annoying. How are you supposed to construct this with that value? You and the goals. You people and goals, man. You people, you're slave to goals, you know? You're chasing goals today, you're going to be chasing goals for the rest of your life. And someone convinced you that's a good thing. Someone convinced you that that's desirable. Okay, well that doesn't work. Well, this shit's just not gonna work. It's one of these like I really like goals. This shit drives me crazy. The whole world's obsessed with this bullshit. Invalid argument. It can't be called in, can it? The wrapper is IO. I don't think that's right. Invalid argument still. You can't use in. It's a defined keyword in Python. See, it's just called in. Oh, I know what to do. Stupid Python. Alright, it has a stupid name. Invalid argument. How about the user mode driver? What does that call it with? Just read. Here's a test. It looks like we zero it out. Plus count. Well, that queries the mapping count. Count is 16. That doesn't work. Is it opening the device? It opens the device, and then it gets inval on the argument. So maybe that does have to be 0? I getting that? Oh, maybe it's this. Size is wrong. How does it know the size? Did it not pass the size in? Is it actually just that? Weird. I don't even know if that works actually. That might just return 0 for some other reason. Not everybody is privileged enough not to have goals. Some people have to have goals. Yeah, losers, all right? Okay, George, you need to check your privilege because some people, goals are all they have in their life. And you know what? For some people, all they have in their life is a bucket of rice, all right? So that's what I'm saying about that. How much rice do you have, right? They might have more rice than you. You ever had a bucket? I mean, that's all I'm saying. Privilege is like mad relative, man. He's got a bucket of rice. What do you got? Well, I have a 401k with Fidelity Mutual. Yeah, okay. Well, that sounds kind of like fake and gay. I'm just saying. All right, sweet. That works. Okay, great. All that, and we got this out. I don't know if any of that's any good. Sweet. Alright, let's map this shit. We used... Oh no, there's... Oh, I did not mean to do that. At least it reopened fast. We use libcmmap, or can we use Python's mmap? We can use Python's mmap. We have like an abstraction layer for this stuff. It's actually kind of annoying. No, we use libcmmap. Okay. Our first usage of tinygrad. We need to fix that. I don't know why that doesn't work. I don't understand. I pip installed tinygrad in the global. I really don't know about this use pep shit. We need to fix that. I don't need to commit those. Why is that not showing up as a highlighted thing? Start. Why does that map have a start? -1? Zero's fine. Why is that not lighting up? I don't understand. Is there a different Python? The only time I've ever seen that not work is when there's like a... Where does AMD I map the being here? Is nothing lighting up anymore? It's terrible. Alright, flag. What's the next arg? FD offset. Why is this so broken now? Where's my syntax highlighter? Okay, but still no tinygrad. Why not? Default to user installation because normal site packages is not writable. Is that the problem? sudo. You gonna work now? Yeah, don't tell me about bad consequences from... Yeah, now it works. Yeah, bad consequences running sudo as the root user. Well, I just did it, and it fixed my problem. So, you know what? That's what I think of your consequences, man. They're always telling you about consequences. You know, if you don't have goals, there's going to be consequences. I don't like VMs, okay? I don't like them. I've got lots of mappings, and they're all mid. Great. So I don't really understand why there's so many. That seems like too many. Why are there 6? All right, now let's try to figure out where everything is on the chip. MMI was 3. We need that. Do I have to sudo install that? Yeah, sudo. It's a black hole. Alright, you want to dump a little VRAM? Let's get some of the VRAM. Let's check out the VRAM, boys. This is the VRAM? What? No. What? No, you can't do that to me. No, we mapped it. Oh, well, that doesn't work. Okay, hang on. Can't just libc mmap something. You have to, like, do something. 2MV. Yay, look what's in the VRAM. Oh, it got loud. That access to the VRAM was more than it could handle. Where's the fucking band speed? If I just write zeros to the whole thing, can we write to the VRAM? George was here. Yeah, look at that. We wrote to the VRAM. Is the firmware loaded to VRAM? I don't know. Let's see what's in the SRAM. This is the most usable this Tenstorrent card's ever been. Just wrote a tiny bit of boilerplate, and now we can access the memories and shit. Oh, well. I don't know about that. Let's check out the MMIO. All right, that looks like MMIO. It's a 32 gig memory expander card. Tenstorrent is a name only a mother could love. Should I set up a repo so I can push and you guys can play along? Does anyone have one of these cards and wants to play along? What? Oh. Imagine Jim Keller being your mother. You ain't buying that shit? You sure you don't want to buy it? Sure I can't interest you in a Tenstorrent Blackhole with this great usable user interface? Oh, but now, oh, this shit. Oh, God. This isn't my computer. All right. The fastest BitTorrent tracker card? Yeah, I don't know. Should we try to BitTorrent? I don't think the software supports anything like that. I asked if it could be used as a network card, and they were like, maybe. I don't know. The Fi works, but obviously nobody wrote the software. All right. Tiny code to access Tenstorrent Blackhole. You guys can play along at home. So let's see what we can do. So there's apparently some risks or something, and we can like poke them if we can find them. Let's find the risks. Where are the risks? UMD, KMD. Probably not in KMD. I think we're done with KMD because we used the only thing we had to use, and then we just can peace out. It's in metal, but I don't really want to do that. Build TT UMD. Yeah, UMD, great. Yeah, UMD. All right. Address map. That's cool. I didn't make any changes to the thing I auto-gen, right? So I can run that again. Oh, I did make that change. Yeesh. Is that risk code? Because it says the firmware is at 0. Must be aligned to knock address alignment. Reasonable. We can install Capstone. Got to sudo install that. Sudo install everything, I've learned. On Arch, you just need sudo. And if you're not using sudo, things aren't going to work how you think. So you just got to use sudo. Oh, this shit does support. Don't tell me this like doesn't support RISC-V. RISC-V. Okay, thank you. Ew. Okay, well, it wasn't RISC-V code. I don't know, is there other modes for this? Is that right? Could it be compressed? Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, it's not RISC-V code. Let's try to get an understanding of where things are. Where are the Tenstorrent people in chat? Where's stuff? So I'm not even 100% sure this is the L1 address. Where's that stuff about the MMIO? Bar 2. ATU offset in bar 2. Interesting. So if you don't have an IOMU, that's just a software vulnerability. I mean, I guess that's always a software vulnerability. Try different endianness. Yeah. I'm banning Anthropic. But the better question is, what else is in bar 2? How do you get the clock frequency? Oh. I see. It just returns something. Great. Device to hope is... Bar 0 black hole size. Okay, well, that's definitely bar 0. Cool. So where is the layout of the device? Is that stuff I was looking at with the firmware and shit? We'll get there. I'm still trying to get to the little risks. Where are the big risks? I don't see where anything is on this chip yet. Oh, one of them is a UC mapping and a WC mapping. I see. Okay. Lock 0 control. So what's at bar 0? I know. Guys, why is it so loud? Can we do something about this? Alright, what's the MMIO? We don't really care about that. CS RAM, and it's not risk instructions. Just dump a whole lot of it and see what we get. Oh, unless... Could it be 32? It's not 32. It doesn't sound nice. So how does this thing like launch a kernel? Set fan speed? This was linked by someone else before. Okay. Let's see if Corsix's stuff goes into this. Oh, okay. The 16 meg from resource 2. Wow. So he did like almost the same stuff. I guess this is just like how you go about this card, because the software is unusable. He's setting the TLB? Why? The configuration controlling these things starts at this address. Do we have that? Great. Ah, here we go. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So it's like... Ah, okay, cool. So we're just mapping into nothing. All right, I get it. So it's just like junk data on the bus, which is fine. Let's see if we can map it by writing to the TLB config. A is translated into a knock transaction. The translation rules are held there. Each entry contains the 226 entries, so that each 1 meg of host space. Well, that doesn't add up though. Okay. So let's set the configuration. What? People really underestimate Python as a language to write drivers in. Wait, what? I thought I hex dumped that and it didn't show that. F's, but then it's like not. What? Guess you can't read them only a little bit at a time. It's annoying. read backwards, they decoded as RISC-V instructions fine. Alright, so how do I set the endy in this? You just say it's the other endy in this. Don't know about that. Well, let's see if we can reconfigure the TLB. Also, I don't really understand why the structure looks like this. Q in Python is 'Kay, these are 1 meg chunks. Yeah, I'm looking at that. Eight bytes per piece. Oh, look at that. George was here. Cool. Alright, well, we kind of understand the TLB configuration. That's good. So that just mapped in the GPU. That just mapped in the VMem. I'm going to interrogate the tile at... Alright, where are the black hole tiles? Oh, where's the stupid layout? Is that right? Okay. Let's see where it's configured to now. 36 minus A bits. 16? Is that it? Doesn't seem right. Why is this like wrong? Is my cast queue not correct? Oh, okay, you got the hot chips? Hot chips usually pretty good. So how do I get to the big risk fives? I don't know how to use those. What's a P? It's also wormhole. Is there a get TLB configuration for black hole? Wormhole. The black hole one is simpler. Where? Oh, here we go. All right, cool. We gotta leverage ChatGPT more. Oh, I'll pay you $2,000 a month if you make this shit 10x faster. And I'd pay Tenstorrent an extra $500 for a quiet black hole. I'm gonna go put this computer in a different room. ChatGPT, why can't you be faster? Why don't you run on Tenstorrent chips? I spent way too much money on this already. I believe I spent $1,500 on this to do free work. I mean, yeah, there's something like cool about the architecture. It's just a shame that like what they're not giving you is like this. Like it's out of touch with the people who actually want to use these things. Nobody's like, wow, I discovered AI last weekend and then I bought my Tenstorrent Blackhole card and ran llama at 80 tokens per second. Like, no. The people who are interested in this shit want to know how this works. Oh, please don't use struct.unpack. I hate struct.unpack. Ugh. I see you thinking about struct.unpack. Okay, so where's the shit that actually like writes the things? It's TLB mapped. Set dynamic TLB. Set dynamic TLB. TLB data. UMD TLB. What? Apply offset. Alright, pack bits. It's 2 bytes. Doesn't look like 2 bytes. It looks like 3. Oh, it's 12 on Blackhole. Oh, that's interesting. 12? Well, that explains it, and it was kind of obvious looking at it. Alright. That's one. That's one. Alright, cool. Cool, we're getting somewhere. Oh, you got DeepWiki did something? It did a deep? Yeah, okay, maybe it's this. Oh, but that's Grayskull. I want this, but not for Grayskull. Do they have this? What's ChatGPT doing? Alright, it's not 8 bytes, it's 12 bytes. No, wow. This is bitch what ChatGPT should be doing. What? Alright, I mean that's something. Cool. Yeah, wow, great. This is fun, guys. Oh, now I gotta program 6 processors on this thing. They're in Blackhole implementation. Is it though? Oh, here we go. Oh, perfect. That looks right. Okay, this is right. Thank you. Alright, so that whole first byte is just the local offset. And I don't know what X end and Y end are. No. No. No, 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 no. Fine, ChatGPT. Fine. I'll tolerate your mediocre looking code. Great. Cool. So we're at 2025.
The VLIW is 144. No, don't worry. Everything in the real world's divisible by 9. It's like you have 9 fingers. Oh, that's just me? Oh, I enjoyed a little bit of peace and quiet from that fan. Alright, so where's the fan?
Also, what? I don't get it. Why does this have a y x end of that? Alright, that's a DRAM core. That accesses the DRAM. Maybe DRAM cores are like fake cores. Let's go to 1, 1. That should be a... Same crap. Alright, that's gotta be firmware then. Now we've mapped a 2 megabyte chunk from that thing. Alright, hang on. So let's go to... Core 6 I trust to keep going with this. He'll know what's up. Right, set TLB. I'm going to carry it to Ethernet. Yeah. Oh, various things above address. Oh. I see. So, I don't know. What's up there? Nothing? Huh? Alright, well, that's the same crap, even if I change the local offset. It does work, right? Because if I hit that, I get the RAM, right? Yeah. So I don't know about local offset. Well, I don't care about 7 parts. Yeah, okay, fine. So it should be RISC-V code. This is the firmware. I don't get it. Why doesn't that work? Let me skip the first one. No. Force it? Does not force it. What could I be doing wrong? No. So there's extensions? Oh. You mean the compressed mode shit? And other endianness. Is it little endian or big endian? Little or big? Why doesn't capstone work? Isn't picking up the F extension. No, but these things should still... That thing you sent me was simple enough. I don't understand. Oh. No, probably not. If the reeds could be broken. No, it's not. I don't think... You think it's the C? It got 2 instructions like that, but I don't think that's right. How'd you get that? Did you flip the bytes? What else did you do, though? have to install a release candidate? No, that's fine. Endian, this is right. Oh. No, but that's the same thing as just risk V. And you're telling me the next instruction's an F instruction, and that's why it doesn't work? How else can I do this? No, there's no way it's calling a floating point instruction next. I just don't believe that. I think something else is wrong. I don't think they're compressed. Like, I don't think that's right, because that other decoder you sent me... This one. Not valid. Maybe the endianness actually is switched. No. Or this shit doesn't work. Huge waste of time. I don't think you OR those together. That doesn't make sense. Oh, maybe you do. I don't think it's compressed. I don't know why you think that. Alright, let's see if we can find this code somewhere. Where's the firmware? Where's like what it actually copies to the shed? Did it build RISC-V code? Those are the linker files for it. Where's the tool? One of these will dump, right? Yes. Look, I'm coding like Tenstorrent. I'm just going to hard code this path. How do I dump not object format? Something. Alright, let's find out where those things are being called. What's SFPI stand for? Can I just give it that machine name? Why not use supplied machine? If I don't give it a machine. It's an architecture. Where's the shit that builds us? think that's right. It's probably right. At least somewhat. Alright, you want to try to find the stuff that builds the firmware? I mean, that's easy enough, so we basically have that already. We know how to do that. Can be used to run ELF programs on RISC cores. Run ELF. That's cool. Oh, this file's useful. Don't tell me that's the same ReLU. Don't tell me there's a configuration register for your ReLU right next to your configuration for disabling your processor. Oh. TT instruction? It's a custom instruction? That overlaps with the C extension? I mean, I used their dumper. Wow. Wow. No, I mean, yeah, these docks are great, actually. They're new. When did this start? 2 weeks ago. So yes, this is definitely movement in the right direction. Now ditch your overly complicated driver, write some Python, and now we're talking. Yeah. I think this stream is coming to a close. I think my end conclusion is it's nice to see the improvement to the documentation. If you really want to, like... Alright. First, let's turn that computer off so I can hear myself. Let's push TT Tiny. I also want to push that commit to tinygrad. We do not need sudo for that. We do need break system packages. This car is a project car, yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is in these companies, but just this whole way of going about software is. It just feels 10 or 20 years old. And if you're going to create a new chip, like why would you write art? Why would you do this? What would I do? I mean, like, we'll get there. Let's first make it so we can hear. I'm just gonna push to master on tinygrad, so I don't wanna break anything. I need that to do. That should be automatic. They really like this is propaganda to push you to use virtual envs. If we're off in MyPy and Pylint. Oh, I don't have Pylint. I have to install Pylint. This is actually important. We need to see what not to do. I mean, there's a lot of things not to do. AMD's strategy of copying video is actually pretty good. Wow, my Pi is slow. It's only slow for the first run, then it caches everything. Yeah, I don't know about that. Wait, what? Oh, because it didn't... Because Onyx didn't build. We're gonna just remove Onyx from being needed. Don't I also use some fancy parallel testing crap? Oh, it's in testing minimal. Oh, that's what I should do. What? Oh, this crap. Use pep. I don't know, where's my use pep? Is that the pep I gotta use? Great. That's not even really the right place to put that. Really, the right place to put that is just a default to AMD LLVM equals 1. I guess if a co-manager, I don't know. Yeah, dash N. Gotta love that. There's gonna be like can we just have like a 30-second countdown to the point there's gonna be silence in this room? How do you even like do this? Like you're shipping hardware. The fan, it's just a fan policy question. It's not even a different fan. It's not even a change. It's just like you know, a lot of people bought these cards to put them in their computer, run it up to 82. No, but it might break the chip. Yeah, well, you know what else might break the chip? Using it. That needs to be fixed too. Oh, well, that's because I hard specify the GPU. I say that the tests have to run on something with a GPU. Is there a market for consumer TPUs? Well, okay. Pilot should pass. Great. Yeah, we'll definitely use that N. Ugh. Great. Everyone take a deep breath out. Okay. So, my end advice. Here's the problem. Like, and this is why this doesn't work. You know, this is really, and this was my pitch originally. Tenstorrent should contract tinygrad. If you want to run models, like, it should be pip install and it should work. Imagine you just pip install tinygrad and then you can run llama on a Tenstorrent card. Maybe you have to install the kernel driver, but that was not the pain. This whole user space was a huge mess. Like, these people need to stop focusing on high-end capabilities of their software. The AMD has this problem too.
these people have focused on how fast they can do a matmul, but then their tensor only supports rank 4. Like, if nobody uses your shit, nobody cares how fast it does a matmul. And that's the main lesson that needs to, like, be communicated here. You can't use that as a neural network accelerator card. You're better off buying a 10-year-old NVIDIA GPU. You're better off buying anything that supports OpenCL. You're better off buying literally anything. It doesn't matter if it can do matmuls at 200 teraflops if the only way to get that to build is on a single version of Ubuntu with folders being put in the exact right position. Like, nobody cares. Nobody's going to do that. And you're like, oh, well, okay, but, what about the big hyperscalers? They're good at dealing with complexity. Of course they are. But they have they have people think that, like, big companies, and I don't know if Tenstorrent thinks like this, but a lot of people think, oh, big companies have a lot of resources. And, like, no, they don't. Everybody's operating right at the frontier of their resources. So when you look and you see that, no company is going to use this. And then there's also this complete myth that you can have interfaces that aren't self-serve. You're like, oh, well, and like Grok and Cerebus think like this. They think like, oh, Cerebus is a bit better, but Grok thinks, oh, well, we'll just work with companies and then companies will onboard their models onto Grok. Like, in the long run, you're just going to lose with this. You're going to lose to somebody who's self-serve. So, I mean, the real thing that needs to, like, I don't know what Tenstorrent's pressures are, but they need to realize how terrible this software is. And, like, it's worse than AMD. You remember my first stream with AMD? I was frustrated that I couldn't get my 2 cards to work. And AMD said, hey, look, we haven't really worked on making 2 cards work yet. Now, I think that's ridiculous. But at least, no, this is so much worse than AMD. AMD's also come a long way in the last 2 years. Right now, if you go to pytorch.org and you have an AMD card and you click Linux ROCm and you just install this, your AMD card will work pretty well. I mean, it has edge cases, it has annoyances. You're not just going to be able to entirely drop it in, but there's nothing as ridiculous as it only supports rank 4 tensors, requires a specific version of Clang, and needs folders to be in the right place, right? So this software is so much worse than AMD. Now, to be fair, like, only for very recent AMD cards, yeah, look, like when I saw like Tenstorrent drops Grayskull, that's fine. It's not the most, you can use RDNA 2 maybe, but I'm even fine with like AMD only supporting RDNA 3 and RDNA 4. Go buy a 9070 XT, install that ROCm, and you'll have an okay time. It's probably not worth it compared to NVIDIA still, or actually buy a tinybox Red. You run this on a tinybox Red, and it works well. So yeah. Not only that, you not only have to accept that your software is bad, you have to accept that hacking on it isn't going to make it better. So AMD was in an interesting position, and I didn't really realize this, but their strategy is better than I initially gave it credit for. AMD's strategy is just to copy NVIDIA perfectly. Now, have you heard of Nickel? Do you guys know about Nickel? Okay, so Nickel is the NVIDIA Collective Communications Library, right? Have you heard of RICL? Not that RICL. Oh, the ROCm Communications Collective Library. Oh, interesting. Have you heard of cuBLAS? It's the CUDA linear algebra library, right? cuBLAS. Ooh, a GPU accelerated library. Well, how about RockBLAS? Oh, RockBLAS. Oh, great. So, they have their own version of Cutlass. They just went through all of the NVIDIA shit and just literally copied it, which is actually a very good second place strategy. And that strategy also involves a self-awareness that you're in second place. Intel does not take a strategy like this. So Intel has one API. I just want you to like, is it a meme? Develop and scale your code with confidence. The last thing I would ever have confidence in is an Intel ecosystem. Like, that's got to be a joke, right? Like there is zero self-awareness at this company. A lot better. AMD. I'll point to another AMD page that I'm actually. Well, don't worry. There's still a ton of HSA crap buried deep inside AMD, and I still have a set of critiques of AMD. Are they doing everything perfectly? No, but like here. So here's your ROCm install. It's pretty straightforward because, again, what did they do? They copied NVIDIA. Hopefully they're doing their builds in CI and they have more CI testing. I think that's getting better. I think Anush talked about this. Like they kind of know what they have to do. They also, I really liked AMD 2.0, new sense of urgency. They published this, and AMD really seemed to listen, which was great. Yeah, I tweeted about this too. So yeah, turnaround for AMD. Now to remember also that my biases are that I own $250,000 of AMD stock. We can check on how that's doing. But you know, I didn't buy the stock so I could shill, and my stream's somehow going to make it go up. Pretty good. We're up 10%. It's pretty good. I don't know what the whole market's up. Maybe the whole market's up more, or less, or I don't know. But whatever. We'll let non-subscribers talk for this part. But yeah, no, like, this strategy that Tenstorrent's taking is not going to work. Nobody is going to move their models to TTNN. Nobody wants to rely on the trust of the one API. Nobody wants to move their models to ROCm either. What they are willing to do is pip install ROCm and make a 2-line change from their CUDA model so it happens to run on AMD. Right? That is literally as far as people are going to go for AMD. I think their bounties are complete nonsense. I think that the last thing they want is Microsoft 5.4 running carefully on their thing and paying $2,500 for it. Does it make sense to keep the Tenstorrent bounty for us? Well, I'm going to try to run it. I think that's the requirement for our Tenstorrent bounty. I'm going to try to run it, and if it requires me to have reflections or whatever, then I'm out. While getting deaf by the fan. Yeah, fix the fucking fan. Like, oh, wait, no, you own Intel stock? I'm so sorry. Look, I mean, would I recommend it if you just want your stuff to work? No, I wouldn't. I would just buy NVIDIA. It's not that much more money. Pay the NVIDIA tax. But if you want a better deal and like you're willing to put a bit of time into it, you're interested in buy a tinybox shred. We also have a complete driver for it now. I think that's a big thing that changed this year for AMD. So like last year when there were problems with AMD's driver, all I could do was be angry and frustrated. This year, when there's problems with AMD's driver, we have our own complete re-implementation of AMD's driver. So two things really, obviously giving me the machines also turned me around a lot on AMD. But I think the other thing that really turned me around is I'm not beholden to their driver anymore. We have a full like stack. We have decibels. Yeah, you get them right there. It's under 50 dB. It's quieter than one Tenstorrent card at full power. By the way, you guys, I haven't turned off the tinybox. The tinybox is still on. You just can't hear anything. You're interested in seeing tinygrad support Tenstorrent? Yeah, I mean, I'll leave the bounty up. I'd be happy to pay $1,000 for it, but I think it's just really, like, yeah. The Earmuff Special Edition. Like, yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. You have to. There's so few people who can do software well, though. I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, Tenstorrent, like, again, I would contract tinygrad. We could build actual pip install tinygrad tier software. And the shit just works on your card. They're not, I mean, they're not really interested. They're interested in building these, like, it's got to be enterprise grade, right? Like, this is the bad thinking of these hardware companies. And, like, they get so much of it right, too. Like, Tenstorrent gets so much more of it right than, like, Grok. So Grok realizes that their chip makes no sense, right? Their chip is not on the proto frontier for anything. So what Grok does with this is they never show you the chip. They show you an API that runs LLMs really fast. It's actually pretty clever. So they managed to put this together and they have an API. But I'm pretty sure they lose money on it. And, like, everybody could offer LLMs but fast. The problem is people aren't really willing to pay the premium required. Is it really bad thinking if that's where the money is? But, like, it's not. You're not going to make an enterprise sales deal. The enterprise today is these cloud companies. And these cloud companies, I heard from a guy at Intel, like, we got some Gaudi cards on AWS, and Amazon said they never want Gaudi cards again. And of course they never want Gaudi cards again, right? You want to see a huge ripoff? Are they gone? Wait, are they not on eBay anymore? Oh, for just $70,000, you can own this. Like, they're off by an order of magnitude for how much this shit's worth. No, don't create an install.sh. No, get rid of dependencies. Like, get out of a mono repo, figure out what's actually usable here. Can you hook it up to your Homeland for local llama? Yeah, do you want to try to get the closed source Synapse compiler to work? No, I mean, it tends to Gaudi's architecture is a whole. It's Itanium 2.0, really. Yes, if you can implement eigenvalue SVD in tinygrad, like not using new ops, yeah, we're happy to add it. Absolutely. And then it's one line to add it to the Torch backend. No, an install.sh is not a solution. Like, it's just, look, let's see if this website's still up. I used to do this, right? Oh wow, it's actually install.sh, right? So this is Kira. This is just, it's the hallmark of a junior software engineer. Like, to not properly be able to package your things. I wrote this when I was 24. And install.sh is so terrible. All right.
Oh, it actually does use... I did actually eventually use a virtual env. Oh, I do have a -e. Okay, like, this could be written worse. But, like, what are the odds this works? What are the odds that libpixman1 dev exists on modern Ubuntu? No, they need a... Here's what you do. Here's what you do if you're Tenstorrent. Here's something that's a little more plausible. They hired Corsix. Like, put him in charge of a skunkworks software and documentation team. That documentation thing from Tenstorrent is the best thing I've seen from them. I mean, they could have like a better homepage here. It doesn't show you how much like depth there is. But yeah, this is the best thing I've seen. Oh my god, what? Wow. Wow. Oh, never mind. There's no saving this company. There's no saving this company. The amount of complexity in here. This is insane. So check out HVX. I think this is one of the best. Like, if you're going to build something DSP-like, this architecture is phenomenal. RDNA4, like, it is what it is. I think there's very few, like, there's some weirdness about it in a few areas, but otherwise, it's a pretty beautiful, clean architecture. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, what I see here is the amount of complexity that is put in here before there's product market fit needs to be fixed. Like, there's so much stuff and no product market fit. So you start to, once you have product market fit, sure, you're going to increase complexity in areas where you found product market fit. Like, comma manages a ton of complexity for the different cars, right? But we manage that complexity and we get something for that complexity. If we go and support the Rivian, tons of people with Rivian go out and buy commas, and we make money to offset that complexity. When you think about, like, E5M7. Has that made them any money? Like, that's a feature that's in the chip that somebody needs to think about, that somebody hopefully tested. And does it make them money? Oh, but it was easy to support. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know what this looks like? You ever read like the manual for like the Super Nintendo? Someone just needs to take the Qualcomm Hexagon processor and tile a shit ton of these on the chip. Now that's an idea. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like Qualcomm is such clowns as companies, but then you look at some of the stuff they've done, and you're like, this is actually super nice. Their GPU is pretty nice too. Like people don't think about this, but like Qualcomm is like a full feature GPU, and you know, it has a compiler, and like it never crashes. The driver is solid. The driver's pretty simple. Like it's just good. Driver's open source too. You can go look at the Adreno driver in the kernel, and like why is it so much better than the other GPU companies' drivers? But that's a mobile GPU. Yeah, why does that matter? No, but often you get a client that pays for a custom implementation, you make it available to everyone. I agree with that, but no client paid for E5M7. We're going to get another JS-like Lang? I mean, I don't know. Like, I hope it's tinygrad. You see what our competition is. I mean, our competition is stuff like Onyx Runtime. I mean, it's basically just like there's 3 companies that make competition to tinygrad, and it's Google, Facebook, and Microsoft, right? Microsoft makes Onyx Runtime, Facebook makes PyTorch, and Google makes Jackson TensorFlow. You can complain about Onyx Runtime, but a lot of people use it. What do you use instead of Onyx Runtime? No, you don't understand how bad the deployment at Twitter was. A 10-year-old version of TF serving. I downloaded their model and ran it with Onyx Runtime. It ran 4x faster. No, the complexity in here is insane. Yeah. It's sad. So you pivot. Tenstorrent ends up really becoming like a CPU licensing company. Maybe they pivot to just making CPUs. I would totally believe that they have the most performant Big RISC-V. How do I use the Big RISC-Vs? I don't know. We what's their current valuation? I'm pretty sure the NIC is licensed. 4B? It's not that unreasonable. It's a little, I don't know. Yeah, no, it's not that. Is that unreasonable? 2B. That's better. $2.6 billion. Yeesh. Gave away a lot of the company. I actually don't think that's a bad valuation. For a company that's actually capable of shipping that card? You feel like it's unreasonable? You feel like 2.6 billion is unreasonable? I don't know. I mean, there's like Like, what? How does this company? Is that real? How does this company have any value? Who the hell is buying it? Like, you're telling me that a company with like a fake self-driving truck is somehow worth 4x Tenstorrent? I don't buy that for a minute. Yeah, I agree. Oh no, this one. Oh, I mean, Too Simple actually went under, right? Oh, they rebranded to Create AI, right? Like this was another total scam one based out of San Diego. Oh no. That's still too high. I know. I should have. Oh God. I mean, yeah. For every dog shit blockchain that's worth that. Like Tenstorrent managed to ship me a box with a card in it. They did not sell 2 million of those cards. I would guess that they sold. Maybe they sell about the same number as we sell commas. Maybe it's similar. I sell about 10,000 commas a year. I don't think commas worth 2.6 billion. No. Comma's last raise was at 500 million. I think we're worth more now. I don't know. I'd give comma a billion. I'd give comma 1B. That's what I'd give comma if you were asking for my evaluation. I mean, it's a pretty high revenue multiple, but you just got to think about, like, I would say that we are worth 5% of Tesla FSD. Whatever you think Tesla FSD is worth, we're the AMD of Tesla FSD, right? If Tesla FSD is NVIDIA, we're AMD. So whatever the ratio is between AMD and NVIDIA, that's the same ratio between comma and Tesla FSD. I mean, I don't know. You could also, like, how many users does Tesla FSD have, right? So comma's got like almost at 6,000 daily actives. So what's the daily actives for FSD? I think that's a good just straight up multiple. I mean, yeah, you could probably make that same argument with Tenstorrent. Let's say they sold 10,000 of these cards. They also sell for more, that's true. Tesla FSD has upsell? I don't know what that means. Half of that Tenstorrent want to use for gym? I don't know about that. The Tenstorrent has some scam deals. Oh no. 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 They don't. They don't have $150 million in deals closed. If that was actually true and those were profitable deals, the valuation would be a lot higher. Underneath 69 watts because Samsung made it. Yeah, I feel bad for every person who bought a Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, the Samsung made one. Oh, that one was tragic. 8 Gen 2 is so good, TSMC. Always divide by 4 what a founder tells you. I don't know. I think I'm being honest about comma's valuation. I mean, I'd say if we were raising today, that's what I'd raise at. I don't know if common shares are worth that. People have sold common shares of comma they sell between like 300 and 600 million.
I do realize I'm super happy that Jim Keller's saying stuff like this. You realize the only way to win is to get developers on board by giving them all the tools they need to own their technology. Do you think AMD will shrink the gap with NVIDIA? I do. I'm betting on it.
I think they have to.
Thoughts on working for Tenstorrent? I mean, I'm happy to do a contract. Well, like a salaried job? I don't know if I want a salaried job. No, I mean, if Tenstorrent wanted to contract tinygrad, I would rebuild all of their stuff, probably in 1,000 lines of Python, and we would get at least LLMs running at pretty much full speed. No, I don't. I mean, I think they're making a whole bunch of mistakes. I think that there's way more complexity in the product than there is product market fit. I think they're just building, like, they're building way ahead of what their software can do. Hardware direction is better than GPU. Why do you think that? I'm not sure I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, why have a cache? No, I agree with that. Like, so like, what do GPUs have that you want to remove, right? You want to basically remove the cache, and you want to remove warp scheduling, right? You don't need caches. You don't need warp. You don't need warp scheduling because everything can be statically scheduled. And again, you don't need caches because everything can be statically moved. Okay, great. But a modern NVIDIA GPU can do all of these things too. Like, there is more complexity than you need on a GPU, but this complexity is pretty well managed. The latest NVIDIA GPUs support long-running kernels that are pinned to a core. You can totally use the cache like an SRAM scratchpad, right? There's not that much of a difference between, I guess, okay, you're talking about an L2? Yeah, maybe you don't need an L2. I mean, Qualcomm does this correctly with this thing called the TCM. And like the TCM can be used alternatively as a cache or explicitly addressed memory. Yeah, but like you can take the cache out and just make the SRAM indexable a lot easier than like there's tiny tweaks to a GPU. I'm also not even sure how much power that's going to get you back. My only complaint, I think there's two things wrong. Well, I think there's really only one thing wrong with NVIDIA, and that's the price. There's nothing, like NVIDIA's architecturally doing, I think also their software, Tenstorrent is thinking about large scale out in a way NVIDIA's not. Like NVIDIA links their 172 unit rack with this super high bandwidth stuff, but like this isn't a real solution for scale out, right? Google is thinking through scale out in a very good way too. Memory is a huge amount of power consumption, I agree. But it's not saying that like if you have an explicitly managed cache, you'll do that much better. You gotta pay extra so Jensen can buy more. Yeah, you saw how bad the chip was in the Switch too. It's because they didn't give Nintendo a good deal on the new one. You just know it. Like, NVIDIA has great in-house SerDes now. I mean, it kind of sucks that they bought Mellanox. Great, more consolidation. But you're saying they have IP for that. I believe it. NVIDIA is distracted. I don't know. I mean, like, from the 5090, it's crazy how good the card is and how understated it is. Yeah. They try to expand to a lot of things. I mean, they have to justify their insane valuation, right? They have to push to application to justify that. Yeah, I haven't seen, like, quality start slipping from their stuff yet. They have a very clear roadmap. Can I elaborate more on how I'd rework Tenstorrent software? I mean, yeah, I would like rewrite it in Python. Let's start there. Oh yeah, no, they're totally focused on data center AI. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, I would rewrite Tenstorrent's driver in Python. No, wouldn't it be slow? No, it wouldn't be slow. It would probably be faster than their C++, right? The GPUs always have issues when they first come out, and everybody always says this. They're fine. They switched also to a new memory generation, so I don't know how much that's dealing with stuff. They're the first cards to ship DDR7. No, I'm telling you, I have a whole... TinyGrad has an entire AMD driver in Python. I'll show you. So here I am on a Mac. Well, actually, that one's going to be slow, but not because of the driver. We'll go to somewhere that's not a Mac. All right. Wow. All right, so this is a tinybox. We're going to RM mod the AMD GPU driver. Oh, it's in use. Is someone using this? What's using it? I don't know what's using it. Whatever, let's go to a different tinybox. Okay, this one does not have an AMD GPU driver installed. So this is now downloading all of the register offsets for the AMD GPU. Boom, we're booted, we're in. Let's go. This is just taking time because it's compiling the kernel. It has nothing to do with Python. Like all this time right now is being spent in LLVM, written in C++. Boom. And now we're in the JIT, and now everything's fast. Okay? There's a flag to reset. I forget what it is. Called AM reset, okay? So we're going to boot the entire GPU. We're going to reset it from nothing. It didn't work. Really? How do you reset it? The docs are wrong. Okay, whatever. It'll be reset now because I Control-C'd it. No, I can't. No, what's it doing? Okay, if I aggressively Control-C it. Okay, never mind. I can't even get it to do that. Get AM reset. AM reset equals 1. There we go. That's a full boot of the GPU. And time it. I don't know. I must have typed it. So let's get to one kernel booting. Okay, that booted the entire GPU in 2.4 seconds. It's actually faster than the kernel driver. And then once the things are loaded, it doesn't matter at all. I mean, it's not that it's faster. It's just that you can actually like understand it and see what's going on, and this will run anywhere. So yeah, I would move to a Python driver. And then like also get rid of the layers of abstraction. They're trying to like sell you a... I have no idea how that matmul worked. I might be able to go in and look at it, but there's not a language. Like, the thing about Kublas is, you know Kublas is just written in CUDA. there's no such like language like that for Tenstorrent. They like tried to make one, but then it's all these like special purpose kernels coded with all these sort of things. And if that's what you have to do, your architecture is just not going to be competitive, right? The fact there's nothing in an NVIDIA GPU that specifies a ReLU. So get rid of all of that stuff and write basically a Python driver that says, hey, run this program on these cores. It's kind of like that test one they have. But, I mean, the test one they have is both linking to a huge set of stuff and kind of too low level, right? Like, you want to build an API that kind of looks like what's in a GPU. And then you want very clean code that specifies, because I don't know how this whole programming model works. The documentation doesn't seem like I can't even get the things to build to use it. There's abstraction layers mixed in all the wrong places. There's code about ReLUs next to code that resets the processor. You can't do this. Like tinygrad does a good job of abstracting out so like tinygrad has a bunch of directories here, right? And like the abstractions are super nice. This is tensor.py. It has all your tensor ops in it. Okay? You're not going to find any code about a conv2d anywhere besides tensor.py. All right? Then underneath tensor.py, you'll get to ops.py. These are the ops. Nothing about convs, nothing about gems. They look like a bunch of shape manipulation things, and they look like a bunch of very low-level operations, right? And then we have a scheduler and engine. We have a code generator and CodeGen. The front end supports Onyx and Torch on top of tinygrad. We have a neural network library in NN. You're not going to find anything about optimizers anywhere besides optim.py. Renderer, which is what outputs the code for the thing. Runtime, which actually runs the thing on the device. These are the backends that are runtime supported. And then some code for manipulating shapes. And then a visualizer to visualize all of this. Abstraction gives me job security. Oh, God. Is this why all the code is dog shit? You're a bad person if you do this. No, the system's bad. Yeah. But yeah, like I was hoping that today we were going to get to like being able to think about how to map the Tenstorrent stuff to tinygrad as a library. But their code is nowhere near that point. All right, and you can be like, George, you didn't understand it. You know, if you just like, who out there do you think you're going to get that's better than me? If Tenstorrent thinks hypothetically they're going to get developers who understand this, I mean, okay, so here's what you might get. You might get somebody whose job it is at a big corporation to make Tenstorrent work. And the difference between them and me is they're going to be willing to put 6 months into it. Right? If that's their full-on job. But if you give me a day to understand how I spent 4 hours understanding how Gaudi worked, and I understood the whole thing, and I was ready to program it in tinygrad. I think there's architectural problems with it, but it's very simple. The TPU, the programming model for the TPU is so simple. Now it's really, really hard to generate the code. The compiler for the TPU is really hard, but at least like how the TPU actually runs things, what the TPU's instruction set is, like I reverse engineered it. I mean, sure, there's a lot of like subtlety and detail I don't know, but like the basic model of it is simple. What is the basic model of a Tenstorrent? What? And then you're going to tell me that there's actually hundreds of these on the chip, and they're all connected through a NOC, which can send things at this many, like, this programming model is insane. and it's all like you can have an insane programming model, but you can't have an insane programming model and bad abstraction layers. You can't have ReLU next to CPU reset. No, I think you should obviously have abstraction. Abstraction is good, but good abstraction is good. Bad abstraction is terrible. Leaky abstraction is bad. Right? That's mostly what I'm complaining about here. Like abstractions that leak or just nonsense. Which hardware has the best code? Is it NVIDIA? NVIDIA hides a lot of stuff from you, so it's like hard to say how good NVIDIA's stuff is. What would I say? Like who does hardware particularly well? Where have I seen like people who've just like nailed the abstractions? I'm telling you, like Qualcomm's are mostly pretty good. Occasionally they'll have one bit of like Qualcomm-y nonsense where like the licensing division touched things. Like the fact that the DSP runs an operating system and you have to sign things for it. Like, God, yeah, that was touched by the Qualcomm scam people out of money division. But no, overall, like whenever you actually look at a piece of Qualcomm's hardware, it's like pretty well done. Like I can look at their encoder. Their encoder like API is like really good. I mean, it shows. It shows by the fact that they can build this phone. I mean, like I use a phone with a Qualcomm chip. Apple has a lot of weird nonsense. But then there's like some things that you really, I don't know. What are the like? AMD got shafted by the HDMI lawyers? No, I don't know that story. Is this worthy of a blog post? No. No, I don't know. Like, I don't even know how this gets fixed. Like Intel, here's how Intel gets fixed. Intel gets somebody who actually has like some leadership ability and gets put in charge of Intel and then slowly delivers on a decent, like if they continue, by the time they're on their D GPU, maybe I'll trust them, right? They made their A's, they made their B's. By the time they're on their D GPU, if they just slowly improve it a little bit, I'm sure the E will be great, right? But no, I think that Intel, yeah, they lack leadership. But like that's fixable, right? Like a blog post could fix that. A blog post to the right Intel board member could fix that. With Tenstorrent, the problem isn't just their software. The problem is the insane complexity in their hardware. Jim is both the problem and the solution. Well, I trust the Tenstorrent with Jim a lot more than a Tenstorrent without Jim. But I mean, like, again, we talked to them about contracting. I kind of got strung along like you do by big companies. And like, all right. I mean, I guess I don't expect them to be better, but yeah, I've spoken to Jim about this stuff. It doesn't seem that receptive. How much of it is others hiding hardware complexity? I mean, like Qualcomm, it's very clearly not. You can read the Qualcomm manual for this DSP. There is nowhere to hide the complexity. It's a beautiful architecture. It's a shame that like it runs some operating system and you have to sign things for it, but no, and like I mean AMD's chip's a lot more complicated than this, but not like it's less complicated than the Tenstorrent chip. It's not just that the Tenstorrent hardware is complicated, it's just all the things that the 5 RISC-V cores are supposed to do. I'm just not sure what this gets you. I'm not sure what all of these fixed function things gets you, and I know. And then these can point like oh, Dataflow Arch, Machine Arch definitely has a future. There's yeah. I mean, there also just looks like there's way too much data movement for this thing to ever be power efficient. I mean, you can read, so Corsix and I went back and forth about this stuff. You can read the history in the Tenstorrent channel. Like, this is not new thoughts that I have. I guess the new thoughts from this is I did expect the software to be better. I expected them to move past like hard-coded paths and like C++20 features that require boost. And I mean, just don't use C++. Please don't use C++. Why would you? It's the like you're designing a from the ground architecture, and you're like the thing that we're going to choose to use is C++. Like use Rust. Well, I mean, I think you should use Python, but that's just me. I'm like, yeah, sure, you're gonna write all the code that runs on these little things in C. That's fine. But yeah, there's just an insane amount of complexity here. You know, here's what this looks like to me too. This looks like people who very clearly didn't do the software. And they put all of this flexibility in the hardware. The Tenstorrent chip's incredibly flexible. And it is possible that they will manage to carve out some niche. Like, there'll be some niche where the way this is done, it can, like, really do something that a GPU can't. But, I mean, like, yo, dog, I heard you like Risk, so we put risks inside your Risk, so now you can risk while you risk. Like, and that's not a compliment. These are nice docks, though. It's almost dinner time. You know what I think I'm going to do tonight? I think I'm going to smoke a joint and go get a calzone. What do you think of that? Smoke a joint, eat a calzone. That's a good evening. Oh, yeah. Nah, like the calzone place, it's like a 40-minute walk. So, you know, there's plenty of time for smoking a joint on the way to the calzone. Yeah, I'm back in the U.S. You think I do that shit in Hong Kong? That's illegal there. Yeah, good calzones in Hong Kong? Not really. There's like some okay pizza. Yeah, yeah. Looking forward to watching the VOD. I don't know. It's just kind of like me being sad about Tenstorrent. Yeah, calzones are illegal. Yeah, that's definitely what I meant. Okay, if there's one thing anybody from Tenstorrent needs to take away from this stream, what is it, guys? What do they need to fix? Fix the fan. Figure out how to make your chip use 20 watts, turn everything off, and then turn the fan way down and let it run at 80. Fix the fan. All right, guys. Yeah, the fan. All right. Thank you for watching today's stream. You know, we just hope everything in the world gets better. It's very nice to see documentation coming together. I'm curious what the differences are between Wormhole and Blackhole are. All right. Happy Saturday, everybody.